Okay, so you are live on YouTube.
Thank you, Christy. So welcome everyone to our regular meeting of council, September the 7th. So I'm going to open the meeting by asking everyone to have a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everyone. So it's been suggested tonight that we go ahead and have the delegation, you say, first, Joanna?
Yes, I made an error by scheduling 2 meetings at 6 o'clock, so I think it would make sense to do the delegation first. Yeah.
So with my first resolution, should I mark it as or my second resolution, should I mark that as amended agenda? I guess it's all right as long as we have consent from all of council that we can make that slight change, and I don't see any opposition to it, so we'll just go ahead then. I do have the first motion, though. It was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that council agreed to move items 8B, D, and E. That's B, D, and E from information items to action items for discussion. All in favor of that? And that's carried. Thank you. And my next motion then is moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Ian Straight that the regular meeting of council agenda dated September the 7th, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I'll also remind all of council that if you have any declaration of interest, you can declare it now or anytime during the meeting. And my next motion is moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Karen Jennings. Sorry, by Klaus Vandermeer. Is Klaus? Oh, yes, he's with us now then. Okay. That the minutes of the regular meeting of council, August the 3rd, 2021, special meeting of council, August the 26th, 2021, be approved as circulated. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Okay, seeing none then, we're going to go straight into our delegation. And that's going to be, the delegation is for the McPherson Road petition to reduce the speed limit. And I don't have the name of the person that's doing the delegation. I see Linda. Who's doing the delegation?
Actually, Bill, we were wondering if each of us could speak briefly.
Yeah, like, and sure. And the thing is, our delegation is for 10 minutes. So if we can keep it at that, that would be great. Linda, thank you.
Thanks.
So do you want to begin then?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay.
So first of all, I would like to say thank you to the council for this opportunity to speak to you regarding our concerns, our safety concerns regarding the speed limit along McPherson Road. I'm Linda Kulkarni. I live at 605 McPherson Road. I moved here in 2013. And at that time, I had some concerns regarding the speed of traffic along the road. But in the last couple of years, the amount of traffic has increased significantly. And so have the concerns for myself and other residents along the road. Many of us, including my husband and I, walk our dogs along that road many times a day. And, and what we're finding is over years, of course, you get to know your neighbors that live, in the vicinity. So, many people do slow down, pull over, and, and we recognize often the folks that do that. But there are a number of people who do treat this like Highway 15 as an extension of Highway 15. And there have been a number of occasions when, I'm stepping out over onto the narrow shoulder of the road, and my safety feels at risk as a car doesn't pull over and just go speeding by. And we have observed that when we're not walking on the road, the cars are traveling at a much higher speed. And so, really putting any child or pet at risk if they get out on the road. Also, I just want to say that the nature of this area has really changed with the residential development that has occurred in the last couple of years. I was surprised when I read through the official plan to see that the plan was for residential development to occur around the clusters of already existing development, like Newmagate and Rosedale, and I know that has occurred to some extent, but we're really concerned about future residential development in this area, because then the traffic flow is just going to become that much higher. We moved here, to live in a rural setting, and it now is really rural residential. We feel that 80 kilometers an hour speed limit is just excessive for this area, and we are requesting that the speed limit be dropped to 60. I know that the council may have concerns regarding looking for my word here, enforcement, when you actually put up signage regarding reduced speed limit. But the signage in itself is effective, does have an effect. It certainly, when I see a speed limit sign, I do attend and do reduce my speed, and it does communicate the township expectations. Right now, I think that people just believe that they can go 80, and if they can go 80, they go more than 80. So, it's for safety concerns that we're bringing this to council tonight. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Karen.
Thank you, Linda. So Karen.
Hi, good evening to all the council members. Thank you for having me speak tonight. Thank you for allowing me this time to discuss the reduction of speed on McPherson Road from 80 kilometers per hour to 60. The vast majority of residents on our own have signed a petition. The few that have not are speeders and or worried about confidentiality. This road and surrounding areas are becoming more densely populated and used as a detour route. The fact that many commercial vehicles speed through as a shortcut to get to where they are going, the majority of us urgently feel that it's time to reduce the speeded post to 60 kilometers per hour. This is not a highway. It is a residential rural area. Many families used to walk the stretch with kids and pets. Many would ride their bikes, jog, ride horses, and over the last 2 years, this has become less and less of an occurrence. Some reasons I feel the speed should be reduced. One resident was on the road with his tractor returning with an empty trailer when a commercial truck passed him so fast, he lost his hat and he was really rattled his nerves over it. I myself became close to being hit coming back from just getting my mail. Tripping on some loose gravel, I had to run across very fast as I saw that both vehicles were approaching both directions. So I was in fear of getting run over because neither of them were slowing down. I have witnessed people being tailgated while turning into their driveway. Also, while a neighbor was waiting to turn into their driveway, a car passed on the left side due to how fast they were going at the time, which could have resulted in a very bad accident. There was a horse hurt on the roadside and escaped from its area and had to have emergency roadside surgery. But in order for that to happen, they had to pull the horse into one of the neighbors' yards so they could proceed with the surgery safely. Well, we know it does not stop speeders by lowering it to 60 kilometers. Hopefully it will make people more aware that more care is needed on this road. It's not a raceway. This needs to be for all vehicles, commercial or private. While we now recommend and see commercial vehicles have deadlines for quotas to fill, and it's only a matter of time before a child or pet gets hurt. While collecting signatures for the petition, these are other concerns that were brought up. Some residents have requested 50 kilometers per hour. Some have asked for a street lamp on Highway 15. Some residents requested a longer turning lane and also one for on the left turn onto McPherson. However, the majority of the content with starting with a speed reduction to 60 kilometers per hour feel that it's reasonable for a rural residential road, including across Rosedale as they have a gravel road. That being said, it is my understanding that multiple people have previously requested the speed limit to be reduced with no results, probably due to the fact of not following proper procedures. I hope you find my approach satisfactory. I'd like to thank Linda for additional support. Thank you.
Thank you, both ladies there. Now, is that all of you? Anyone else speaking?
No,
That's
it.
there's no others.
Okay, well then, thank you both to you, Linda and Karen. You definitely have followed the proper procedure, and I think you've both done a very, very good job of presenting this to us. And, you know, you're both right in the fact that there's a lot more traffic. You know, we've seen that over the last 2 years, and all we have to do is look at the building reports that we get, the quarterly building reports. So we see that the population is increasing. So you're definitely pointing out some good things, and we appreciate you coming. If this goes through, then definitely there would be signage put up, and you're right, the signage has to be put up every so many kilometers along the road. So that would be something that would be happening. So I just want to, and then the last thing I'd like to say is that I have a question for you, Joanna, and that is that if people want to, like if we're having an open house where people are there live, they can sign up. But if people want to get the information on the next meeting when we discuss this, do they have to let you know tonight, or can they let the staff know in the next day or so?
Sorry, this is for the open house section?
Well, this is the part about the petition. It would be nice that they know when, because this obviously will be discussed at a future meeting. We're not going to be discussing it tonight, are we?
Right, okay, so I'll forward that question to Steve, but I believe what will happen is he'll do some research on the speed limits on the road and bring that back to the next available committee of the whole agenda to discuss, and then it will go to council for your approval. So I would say probably October. We should have.
Okay, so if the residents can keep an eye out for that, and that's when we'll be discussing this. But in the meantime, then our staff will take this and start looking into it, and then certainly come back with a good discussion with the council, and you know, we'll certainly be happy to look at everybody's comments and so on. So thanks a lot, Karen and Linda, for doing this. And Karen, do you have a question? Yes.
May I add one more person onto the petition, or is it
Sure.
too late? Bob Major.
Do you mean to speak?
No, to add on to the petition signing
Yes.
of the petition.
Bob
Majori, 925 McPherson.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks a
I've
lot.
got that.
thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot then, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then, yep, we're going to go on then for the next section of our meeting. And that's going to be our report of the municipal officers. And the first one is regarding the official plan open house. And our consultant planner, Forbes Simon, is with us. Welcome, Forbes.
Thank you very
And,
much, Reed.
I know that you've done an awful lot of work for us over this, and it's been great so far. I'd like to just maybe turn this over to you. And I guess my question first, before we begin, is there something that we have to read?
I can do that. I can
okay.
do that, Reeve, if
Okay.
you would like.
No, I don't have it with me here, so you can do that, please, and then I'll hand this part of the meeting over to you. Thanks.
All right. This is a public open house in accordance with the Ontario Planning Act to consider an official plan amendment to the Montague official plan for the purposes of updating the official plan based on a 2020 review that was done by the municipality. And so this is an open house to ask questions and get clarification of the nature of the amendment. And there will be a formal public meeting held next week on the 14th for formal consideration and formal comments to be submitted. That's all I have to say at this time. Reeve, would you like me to start my presentation, sir?
Yes, that's great.
I'm
Thanks.
going to share my screen. Do you see my screen, Reeve?
Yes.
Very good. So thank you, everybody, for attending this open house. I realize that during COVID, open houses aren't the type of event they have been in the past, but hopefully everybody that has questions will be able to ask them tonight. The purpose of the official plan update is set out in the Ontario Planning Act, and it states that municipalities should review and update their official plans every 10 years. And then after the first review, it's every 5 years after that. The township adopted their official plan in 2010, so the review is appropriate at this time. And there are a number of matters that are looked at during the review. One is consistency with provincial plans, of which none apply in Montague. Also having regards for matters of provincial interest, being consistent with the provincial policy statement that was updated in 2020, and also to conform to the Lanark County Sustainable Community Official Plan. The review process is also a really good opportunity, excuse me, for council to make sure that the document reflects the community goals and directions for managing growth and development. There were a number of steps that have got us here to date. We begun the process a year ago, looking at the PPS and the county official plan, to identify the elements that needed to be brought up to date. We had consultation with agencies, local municipalities, school boards. We reached out to Indigenous communities as well to get their input into the review of the official plan. There was also a special meeting held back in September of 2020 to introduce the project to the public. At that point in time, council did some very good community outreach. Flyers were circulated within the community, encouraging the public to comment. We took all of that research, all of that input, and summarized it in an issues and options report that was presented in January of this year. And council reviewed that and gave us direction on the issues and options report. And that's what we proceeded to draft official plan amendment number 1. This presentation says number 4, but that's an error. Should be official plan amendment number 1. That is the subject of tonight's discussions. We have circulated that amendment again to all those that we originally circulated, including government agencies and ministries. The purpose of the open house tonight is simply for people to learn more about the amendment and to ask questions in advance of the formal public meeting being held next week. There are a number of elements of the official plan that have been looked at and are recommended for change. They include recognition of the Anishinaabe people as first inhabitants of the township and the duty to consult. We've got policies promoting economic investment, the business park, and the airport. There's policies that encourage development in the hamlets, particularly through the plan of subdivision process. There are policies that support communal sanitary systems under certain conditions being established in the township. There's also a policy that is proposing to restrict the number of severances along deficient roads. These are roads that are not up to municipal standard. There's a definition of strip development. And there's also policies to encourage a new form of cluster lot development in the township as an alternative to subdivisions or severances. There's also policies that are supportive of secondary dwelling units, policies to enhance renewable energy development, policies that identify karst topography, which is a natural hazard, and limit development near areas known of having karst topography. There's also a new policy section on the Rideau Canal that pulls together a number of policies of the plan. There's clarification of the permitted uses in settlement areas, as well as expanded range of uses on agricultural lands. There's also policies that clarify when a hydrogeologic assessment is required. And there's also a new mapping schedule identifying the elements of the natural heritage system, the wetlands, the woodlands, the ANSIs, and natural corridors that connect those areas. And then there are a number of general administrative changes, such as changing names of ministries or reports or dates. The planning process going forward, as I indicated, there is a public meeting scheduled for the 14th of next week, and everybody's encouraged to participate. We're suggesting that comments should be received by September 30th on the draft official plan amendment. There will be a report that's presented in October to council summarizing the comments that have been received from the agencies as well as the public, and any recommended changes to the draft based on those comments. We would then present a revised official plan amendment to council for adoption. At this point in time, we're targeting November, assuming everything proceeds smoothly from this date forward. And then following the adoption of the amendment, it is forwarded to Lanark County for final approval, and we're hoping to do that in December. Once County Council approves the amendment, there will be a 20-day appeal period for those that are opposed to the amendment, and appeals would be forwarded to the local appeal tribunal should any be received. That's my presentation, Reeve, at this point in time. I'm happy to answer any questions or attempt to answer any questions should they come up this evening. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this time.
Thank you, Forbes. So I guess a question to you again, Joanna, please. Do we take questions now from the public?
Yeah, absolutely. We can take questions from the public. I think the bulk of the people present, if I'm correct, have sent in comments for staff review and Forbes's review. So I think we sort of have a general sense of what those questions and comments are, but the purpose of the open house is to have a conversation, ask questions and comments. So I think, yeah, we would open it up to the public and then to council after that.
Yes, and I was wondering if we should be do you want to address any questions that have come in already before the meeting started, or do you want to just go straight to the public now?
If I could recommend that we go straight to the public, and then
Okay.
we'll gather all the questions at a future point and have a separate report on that matter.
Okay, and you'll be able to get those questions that have already been sent in. So before I go to the council, I think I see a question that you have there, Jeff, please.
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Just for you, because I was sort of on the same lines of that. The questions that were already submitted, do we see those as a council too as well? Not that we're making comment on them, just to see those that ones have already been submitted. Do we have a list of those? Do we have those in writing somewhere?
We have received one formal written comment from the public, and we've received 2 comments from the agencies. And I can certainly make sure that they're circulated to council as they come in. They were going to be presented in next week's report, Councillor, and also in subsequent reports. So they will be in next week's report for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And so Joanna, I'll go to you then if you want to let us know about the questions, please.
Okay, I think we'll just do, if it's easier, do one at a time for who's
Yeah.
on the screen. So do you want me to go going from my screen? If we're going to do the public, I have Benoit Como first.
And I'm sorry, you have Benoit?
Yeah, first, if you'd like to speak.
Right, I'm here now. I'm trying to start the video. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Benoit.
I'll start my video, okay. Well, I imagine you've all seen my submission. I'm just wondering how, I think Forbes Simon answered that question, how it's going to be dealt with going forward, or how it's going to be, how it's received, and I suppose addressed, if you will, is my question.
Yes,
Reeve, through you, Mr. Como, thank you very much for the time and effort that you put into submitting your comments. In a future report, I will critique your comments, summarize them, and make any recommended changes to the policies based on your comments. And that will be either at the public meeting or at the October Committee of the Whole meeting.
Okay. Is there an opportunity for, since you'll be critiquing it, will you and I be trading notes or conferring with each other at some point before you finalize your critique, so to speak?
I'm happy to provide you with a draft of my critique and debate and discuss that with you, sir.
All right, good, thank you. Would this happen before this September 14th meeting, or that would be following that meeting? I'm just trying to understand the process because I'm in Nubia.
I'm certainly happy to provide you with a critique of my planning opinion on your submission prior to the 14th.
Okay, good, thank you. Unless any of you have questions for me at this point, I'm content to just let my submission stand. Again, I'm a bit of a newbie at this. I'm not sure what the protocols or processes are. I've made a request for a postponement essentially in my submission in terms of the implementation of the amendments. It's clear in my submission I've got a special interest in this because I do have severance applications in the works, which would be affected or impacted, if you will, by the proposed amendments. And my objective in terms of securing, if you will, requesting or making a motion for postponement of the implementation, I want to get the language right, is so that I can get my application, my current application for severances through the process, so to speak, before the new policies come into effect.
Oh, if
Yes.
I may just so
Yes, Joanne.
council, just to clarify things here, I hadn't forwarded submissions to council yet. They've been forwarded to our consultant planner and our planner so that they could have a look. Our
Okay.
planner will be compiling everything with the comments to present to council, so they can sort of see both sides and or whatever. So just, I don't want you to put council on the spot because they haven't had an opportunity to see anything.
Okay,
at
good.
present.
Understood. Okay, so they will have seen it by the 14th, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and Forbes, Simons, and I will have had an opportunity to review things before then. Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Benoit. Okay, back to you, Joanna.
Okay, the next on my screen is Karen. Sorry, I don't have the last name. Not Councillor Jennings, but the other Karen.
Now, did you happen to be talking about Karen who did the delegation?
Yes, I believe that was the person.
Okay. So it looks like she's with us, but not on the screen yet.
Okay, can we go to Linda Kulkarni?
Okay, and same thing, she's with us. It looks like she's with us,
Oh,
but not
thank
on the
you.
screen yet.
I think she's coming. She just unmuted herself.
Okay,
Yeah, hi, I can't open up my video. Perhaps, okay, there I am.
thanks.
So thanks for this opportunity. I first of all want to compliment the revised plan in terms of both the enhancement renewable energy development and the language that's been proposed regarding the natural heritage system mapping and including natural corridors, because that certainly the latter, it supports biodiversity, and that's one of the reasons that we bought the property here is just because of the biodiversity of this area. So it was really great to see that. My question is around extreme weather events. We know this year that there's been a sentinel report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that things are happening much quicker than were earlier foreseen, and of course Western Canada has really been in the eye of that storm this year. So, I do anticipate that, we will see a lot of these extreme weather events out here in Ontario. So one of the questions, or I'm just wondering, is it appropriate for the official plan to address issues such as risk related to environmental factors such as flooding or wildfires? And if it is, then perhaps we could, look at some language in relation to that. Just in terms of context, the property that I live on, it's 50 acres surrounded on 3 sides by marsh. After we bought the property, we actually realized that there was a lot of fill that went into here. So, and around us, it is very low-lying land. So if there was actually to be a significant rainfall over a short period of time, we've always felt that we would be at risk of flooding. And then now in the dryness, the marsh often becomes, dead trees and a lot of dead vegetation. So probably at risk for fire. So, yeah.
I think we might have lost. Okay.
Frozen.
Linda, you're on mute.
I think.
Yep. Sorry about my internet is unstable, but that's my question.
So
I'm
do you want
happy
to-
to,
Yes, thanks, Forbes.
through you, Reeve. Thank you very much. There are a number of existing policies in the official plan that deal with risk, particularly floodplain matters. Wildfire issues are a new element that are being picked up through the changes and being discussed. The extreme weather events is a challenging one. The PPS says that municipalities need to address climate change or be aware of climate change. One of the big areas relates to stormwater management. And we've reviewed the policies of the township's official plan, and they are quite effective with stormwater management. There are a few tweaks that could be had, but we can take your comments and double check to make sure that we've touched all the bases that need to be touched in terms of the PPS with respect to wildfires and other flood risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Sorry, I guess that was Linda. Thank you, Linda. And back to you, Joanna.
Do we want to try Karen again, see if she's available?
Yes.
Karen?
Hi, I guess you can hear me, but you can't see me.
Yeah.
I tried to, I just asked the host to start my video up again. I guess now I can. There he is. I'm
There you
sorry,
are.
I had no input to put on this subject. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Karen.
That's okay. And the next we have is Chantel Como.
Don't,
Okay,
I
she's
don't,
coming online.
Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm good. Actually, Benoit, the question that Benoit put forth answered everything for me. So thank you for reaching out, but I'm good at the current time.
Okay, thank you. Joe Reed.
Hi, everyone. Joe from the Leeds Granville Atlantic District Health Unit. I have no new formal comments today. We submitted a formal written letter back in February for consideration about planning from a population health perspective. So that's good for today. I'm just here to keep up with the process. So thank you.
thank you, Joe.
Hey, we have Ben Dobson. Ben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Ben Dobson. So I'm from GTAC Barry & Sons Construction. Just provided some general comments around obviously the aggregate license sites within the municipality and how they will be identified and protected under the new OP amendment, as well as any additional reserves that may be existing within the municipality. So looking forward to reviewing some of that documentation. Would say that it wasn't very easy to navigate on the township's website to try and find that. So maybe posting a link so that it's a little bit easier to find that would be great. But other than that, look forward to reviewing the documentation and discussion with township staff.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. We'll look into that. Forbes, any comments?
I'm sorry. I will be reviewing those comments. I just got them today. I'll be reviewing them and responding accordingly in the planning report that's going to be presented next week.
Okay, back to you, Joanna.
Okay, the last one I have here, hopefully I haven't missed anybody, is Marco.
Good evening. Thank you, Joanna. Through Reeve Dobson, my name is Marco Cekic with Kavanaugh Developments. I don't have any formal comments this evening, just following the process along, and may have future comments, but nothing at this point.
Thank you, Marco. So is that all we have then, Joanna?
On my screen, it looks like that's all we have.
And Christy wouldn't have any, right?
No, she shouldn't have any.
Okay. Okay, so then I'm going to go, I think I'll open it up then.
Sorry,
If-
I may have missed me here. I just saw in the chat, it says from Benoit, I have another comment to offer. I just saw that, so I'm not sure if that's old or not, but Benoit, do you have another comment?
Get unmuted. Here we are. I think I'm back.
Yeah. we can
Yes.
hear you.
Everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Ed, I want to go back to Linda's comments about the environment. I speak to that in my submission with respect to or the environmental impact studies that are required to secure severances and how they don't match up, if you will, with what's considered accepted forestry management practices in the county. And I cite a specific example in my submission. So I guess my observation is that in terms of a forward-looking environmental management and our impact, either positive or negative with respect to climate change, should be given more thought and consideration in the official plan. Just to address some of the what I would suggest are some incoherent applications of policies in terms of what the township is seeking and what the county allows. I'm talking about forestry management in particular. That's it.
Thank you, Benoit. And I'm sure that Forbes will be looking into your comments along with the previous comments and addressing them. So thank you for bringing that back to us, Benoit. I'm going to, if we have no other questions from the public, then I'm going to open it up right now and see if there's a, yes, Joanna.
Sorry, I just have one. I have a question here from the public, so I'm just going to read it out.
Yes.
It says, you said you have some comments already that you would send to council. Why would this not be added to the section already on the township's website for everyone's perusal? So I'll let Forbes answer that, but I assume it's just because we're gathering all the comments and then making comments on those comments. But Forbes, if you'd like to address that.
Yes, thank you. Typically, as a planner, I would present a report at a public meeting that had all the agency and public comments that had been received to date. That is my intention. Typically, those comments are not presented to council until the public meeting date so that council can ensure impartiality during the public meeting. And so they will be presented with my planning report in advance of the public meeting, and my planning report will have agency comments and public comments that have been received at the writing of that report. And that's the typical format that is used for public meetings and events such as this.
Thanks for that clarification, Forbes. I'm going to now open it up and if there are any questions from council. Karen, please.
Yes, I have had a few residents contact me in reference to the mobile homes. I know that it's been addressed in our accessory dwellings, but I'm wondering in the OP if it's been addressed that it is not allowed or it is allowed as standalones, just to clarify for them.
Back to you, Forbes, please.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Karen, that's a counselor. That's a great question. Typically, official plans do not get into the details about the types of units that are permitted, and that's typically left up to the zoning bylaw. There may be passing mention of mobile homes in the official plan, but generally that's left to the zoning bylaw, and I think that that's appropriate in this situation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And Forbes, back to you, Claus, please.
Unmute.
You're muted.
You're muted.
There, get the right button. Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Forbes, in your answer, you're saying that's left up to the zoning procedure and so forth. So if a person is applying for a severance, they would apply for a zoning that they can have a mobile home on that? Like each individual severance is a separate zoning application? You're muted, Forbes.
you. Typically, what happens is that the zoning bylaw has a general regulation on where mobile homes are appropriate. And
Okay.
if someone wants a mobile home above and beyond that, then they would have to have a site-specific zoning amendment. But generally, the zoning bylaw would identify when it's appropriate to use mobile homes in the township.
Okay, just a follow-up, Reeve.
Yes.
Like Councillor Jennings, I've had quite a few people question me too about this mobile home as a secondary dwelling. Getting a mixed bag from yes, maybe, to no, not at all. So it's something that we're really going to have to take a serious look at as to which way we're going to go. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so seeing no more questions, Forbes, I'm going to go to you finally, if you have any final thoughts or comments, and then otherwise we'll close this part of the meeting and go on to the next.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I look forward to the public meeting next week and encourage everyone in the municipality that wants to provide written comments to do so by the 30th of September, so they can be included in my recommendation report in October to council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Forbes. And also I want to say thank you to all of the questionnaires that came in tonight. It was great to have that input. And, you know, it just goes along with all of the other things that we've done. So I think in the end, we're going to end up with a great OP, and what's most important is that we do have that public input. So we had lots of questions, and so thank you also, Joanna, for helping to bring these questions to us. So I think that's all for now, Forbes, and I do have a motion here that was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that council received this delegation. I'm sorry, that was another one. I'll read that in a minute. This motion was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings, that council received the following report, that being the official plan open house report, and that the following be approved, that council receive additional questions or concerns from the public. All in favor? And that's carried. So just to reiterate then that we can receive these questions through the staff on an ongoing basis then.
Yep.
Okay, thanks everybody for that. I'm sorry I
Thank you.
missed one resolution I'm going to go back to. That was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that the council receive this delegation, the one we just had tonight, for the petition to reduce speed limit on McPherson Road from the residents of McPherson Road for information. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you for that. We're going to move on then to the next report. And that is going to be yours, Joanna.
I'm sorry, did we lose Forbes already?
That Forbes is gone.
Okay. I'm sorry, we had another question.
Do you have a number that you want to call him?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I apologize.
No problem. Don't worry. We'll just wait if you want to call him.
Okay, just hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, he actually has shut down his computer, but we did receive a question from from Byron Budd. I had forwarded it to Forbes earlier today. So Byron, if you're listening, Forbes will be responding to that. My apologies. I'll just see if I can read it out here so everyone can hear what it was. He says, if I may, I do have a second question. Oh, okay. I would like to find out how they determine heritage land. We have a 50+ acres in the township on one lot. My father and myself clear cut all the cedar of that lot in the late 60s, early 70s, and today it is fully grown forest, healthy and thriving. We are the best landlords of our own land and definitely don't need the council or planner designating our land as heritage forest when this is part of our rural farming income. Thank you for your consideration. And then he said, if I may, I do have a second question. With all due respect to our Indigenous communities, we have lived here in the township of Montague for 6+ generations. We harvest land to feed our families. Our clan has always respected the land and we never take without putting back. Also understanding the wildlife, birds, and the importance they have been over the years into the future. Again, my personal belief is my family do not need more consultants or bylaws with respect to our land. We have been very good landowners over the years. We teach our children the same. Thank you for your time. So those have been forwarded to Forbes for response. I apologize for missing that. There's a lot of questions coming in here. So that will be answered offline if that's okay with everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, Joanna. Okay, so I will go back to you then, Joanna, for the next report, and that is going to be on the road closure in Rosedale. Roseville.
Roseville. Okay, so this is back, I believe it was in July. We gave notice, municipality gave notice of a road closure happening within the Roseville subdivision, which was the old town of Roseville, described as Part 3, 27R 11692, being part of Prince Street, and Part 4 of 27R 11692 being part of Farmer Street, registered plan number 246. At that time, it was deemed not to be a plan of subdivision, but the roads were not closed. So we provided notice to everyone within the surrounding area that we were going to stop up and close those roads. We did receive 2 emails regarding clarification as to the location of those roads and whether particular properties were impacted, but no concerns or issues were brought forward about that. So attached to this council agenda is the bylaw to stop up and close the roads in question. So I don't know if there's any other questions relating to this property, but it's been a long time coming and we've been through the process. So hopefully we can just get this bylaw going.
Thanks, Joanna. So I'll read the motion, and then if we have any questions before we vote on it. This motion was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Ian Straight, that council receive the following report. That's the road closure, Roseville subdivision, and that the following be approved: that the non-traveled streets within the Roseville subdivision described as Part 3, RP 27R-11692, being part of Prince Street, and Part 4, RP 27R-11692, being part of Farmer Street, registered plan 246, be closed. Do we have any questions? Yes, Karen.
Just for clarification, so when the process of it's no longer a subdivision occurs, it's automatic that we don't close the roads? Because I think this is the second one we're dealing with. So I'm just confused as to, if we remove subdivisions, why do we not just close the roads at that point in time?
Yeah, and I think, this happened, if I recall correctly, back in 1969. So I can't speak to exactly what happened, but typically you could deem something not to be a plan of subdivision, and that takes away the lots and the blocks. And you should, at the same time, also close the roads. And so for whatever reason, back in 1969, this didn't happen and it wasn't caught. I don't know the reference to the other one, but yes, typically you would be doing both at the same time.
Okay, anything else? Okay, all in favor of this motion? So these roads will be closed. This is carried. Thank you. Thanks, Joanna, for this. And moving on to the next one is going to be yours, Stephen. So welcome, Stephen, there. I see you. And this is going to be on the McLaughlin Road, temporary road improvement option. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Reeve. Yeah, so I brought a report to committee on August 3rd with the option to pulverize and place a skip of granular on this roadway to increase safety. We're now bringing it to council for final approval. Since the last meeting, we have completed this testing by St. Lawrence for geotechnical. We're looking to get that back here shortly with all the recommendations and adequate solutions for that stretch of roadway. The temporary solution will be completed by the in-house staff. I believe we have the expertise to get it done. It will create a much better surface at this point for the winter. We'll be placing geotech style to increase the durability of the roadway in the broken up spots that are currently there. And this will be completed from 15 to Rosedale North. All works will be shared between Township Montague and Beckwith Township. Just by doing this in-house, it'll, with our tight budget that we currently have for this stretch of roadway, it's going to save us some valuable money to try and make the much needed improvements. And the recommendation of staff is to direct staff to proceed with pulverizing between Rosedale North and 200 meters east of Highway 15 and place granular material on this section to increase surface conditions until construction is completed in 2022 in the early spring.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions? I do have, yes, Ian?
Yeah, Steve, thank you very much. As always, you're doing a great job. I'm glad to hear that you're trudging along and that the guys are going to be taking care of it in-house more or less, which is great to hear. Make sure you get the job done. So the base that you're putting down right now with the geotextile, I can't remember if we talked about this last time, but it will remain there for that will act, I guess, more or less as a base for future builds on that road.
Yes, that's correct. We I have spoken with a geotechnical contractor just to ensure what I'm doing right now is what's going to be in his recommendation. So we are moving toward the same end goal. This is part of his recommendation, and geotextile will remain in place. There could be culvert replacements, which will remove certain spots of geotextile, but it'll be replaced, of course. But yes, that will be there for the longevity of this road.
Well, when they were doing the boreholes, they did the lower bowl, I guess. Did they hit rock there, or?
Actually, in the two closer to Rosedale, they did not. There was quite a bit there. I don't remember off the top of my head the numbers, but it was a few meters, and there was definitely some interesting findings down in that depth.
No doubt, no doubt. Thank you very much, Steve.
Was one of those interesting findings the road, the corduroy road that was put in maybe in the 19th century?
Yeah, it could have been that. It's broken down into organics at this point, but yeah, they definitely was.
Yeah. Any other questions then? I do have a motion. It was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer that council receive the McLaughlin Road Temporary Road Improvement Option Report and that the following be approved. The council advise staff to proceed with pulverizing McLaughlin Road and place granular M material to increase the surface condition on McLaughlin Road until construction is completed in 2022. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thanks, Steve, for this. Moving on, the next one is also yours, Steve, and that's on the 06 International Plow Surplus.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, we'll keep it short and sweet. I presented to committee on the 3rd about the same truck. We have replaced it with a 2021. It is surplus, and it was submitted to the clerk for to be declared surplus. We're just looking for permission from council to put this on a website such as GovDeals and try and get best bang for a buck out of this truck. The recommendation is that council declare the 2006 International Plow Truck surplus to municipal needs and council exempt procurement policy to authorize staff to place the 06 on an auction site as determined by the department head with a reserve price of $8,000.
Did you say what?
8,000.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Any questions? I do have a motion then. It was moved by Claus Vandermeer and second by Jeff Carroll that council received the following report. That's the 06 International Plow Surplus Report, and that the following be approved. That council declare the 2006 International Plow Truck surplus to municipal needs, and that council exempt the procurement policy and authorize staff to place the 2006 International on an auction site as determined by the department head with a reserve price of $8,000. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Steve. And moving on, the next, we have the report of the committees. And I have a motion. It was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that the minutes of the special committee of the whole meeting of August the 3rd, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? That's carried. Any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none. We have a motion here moved by Karen Jennings that and seconded by Ian Straight that the minutes of the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority meeting of June the 24th, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? Those are carried. Any business from those minutes? Seeing none, we have another motion moved by Ian Straight, seconded by Claus Vandermeer, that the minutes of the Montague Recreation Culture Committee meeting of August the 24th, 2021 be approved as circulated. All in favor? And those are carried. Thank you. Page here. The next, we have a motion moved by Claus Vandermeer, second by Jeff Carroll, that council receive the Festival of Small Halls report by the Montague Recreation Culture Committee, and that the following be approved. That council directs staff to apply for the Festival of Small Halls event for next year to be held at Rosedale Hall. Any questions? I have a couple of questions myself, and I'm not sure who could answer this. I had 2 or 3 things that I was thinking about. With this Festival of Small Halls, who is responsible for security regarding that? Do you know, do those people look after the security and the liability and so on? I'm thinking about the liability insurance and so on. Yes, Jeff, do you have any idea on that?
I mean, I don't know if I can comment hard like about the entirely on the insurance, but it's something that obviously has been going on for years, and I've been told that we might have been part of this years back too as well. But they kind of take a hold of everything when we talked about it at the recreation meeting, recreation culture meeting, is that they kind of take control of what it is. They tell you what the event is, and everything else is like, you need to make sure that you have the space or the place for them to hold the event. So which Rosedale Hall fits their credentials or what they need. So we should be good to go. And I think it'd be a really cool thing for the township. So
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, any questions then? Okay, all in favor of this motion? Yes, Karen?
So we're making the application on behalf of the Montague Rec Committee? So
So-
that the rec committee will be working with the Festival of the Small Halls for this event?
Yes, because this motion reads that, that council directs staff to apply. So we're directing staff to apply for the Festival of Small Halls event for next year to be held at Rosedale Hall. So that's all we're asking staff to do now, is to apply for this. From there on in, I think your question is important, because from there on in, if it's accepted, then there's the planning. I know that the Festival of Small Halls do the work, but there has to be a good communication. So does that continue through Recreation Committee or council or staff? I think that's your question, Karen.
Just to ensure that it's also manned so that whatever the township's responsibility is for having stuff done is taken care of. So that,
Yes. And I think that probably what they do is they do communicate with our staff and tell us what is expected of us and so on.
okay, good.
That's normally the way. Okay, no other questions then? All in favor of this? That's carried then. And I guess thank you to the Recreation Committee, the Recreation Culture Committee, for bringing this resolution forward. And if it's accepted, when we apply, these are very, very good events. And generally speaking, what happens is we're introduced to some very good music, but generally speaking, some of them are up and coming musicians, and they're all quality. They've been all monitored, and the music is high quality. So if we get this, then I hope we can fill the hall. So thank you for this. We have a next motion, and this one was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings, that the council receive the following resolution. That's also by the Montague Recreation Culture Committee on monthly information nights, and that the following be approved. That council approve a monthly information night to be held at Rosedale Hall, and that the MRCC establish a subcommittee to set up day, time, and speakers, I guess it should say, and obtain council's approval of the guests. Any questions first before we vote on this? Joanna?
I just want to be sure that if we're booking hall times, that you just check with the office, because we have had several different hall rentals. We just want to be sure that the hall isn't booked on whatever days the committee's looking for.
Yes, and I think this is a very, very good idea. My only comment, I guess, is would monthly information nights maybe be too many? I'm not saying it would be, but it's just a question, because I wouldn't want to see us quickly run out of ideas for this information night. I think possibly at one of the Recreation Committee meetings, it was mentioned something about, for instance, we could have an information night to especially directed for seniors regarding the internet and the and problems that happen and I think I mentioned at that meeting that many years ago, when I was part of the Montague Forget-Me-Not Seniors, we had an information night, and we did have the Ontario Provincial Police come and present, and it was very well received. But that was for the club, but this would be for everybody in the township. So I think this is a great idea, and there could be some very, very interesting nights presented there. So again, thanks to the committee. So do we have any questions on this one? If not, all in favor? Okay, that one's carried. Thank you. And the next one is moved by Karen Jennings, seconded by Ian Straight, that the council receive the following resolution, also by the Montague Recreation Culture Committee, and that is regarding a mural on Rosedale Hall, and that the following be approved: that council approve the committee to investigate ways to have a mural at Rosedale Hall. These ideas would be brought to council for approval and direction. And I think you could probably add, it's not in the resolution, but also for discussion. So any questions on this one? Claus.
Just a curiosity question, Reeve, if I may. Would the mural be put on the outside wall in the parking lot area? Is that the idea?
I believe that was the idea, but I'll let Ian respond. I see his hand.
I think there's numerous ways it could be put up. There's also some on the other side, but I think that, just like Reeve Dobson just said, it's going to come back to council for further discussion once it's been investigated further. Maybe there's some different ideas that people could do on the other side as well, facing the park or the play structure, so the kids can use something like that. So it'll be interesting to see what comes up and what comes of it. It's a great idea, though.
No, I agree, Councillor Straight. I think it's a great idea. And I think if you could swing it to put them on both walls, one in the parking lot, so people drive in, they see it on the parking lot side, and when they go play in the playground, they see it on the other side too. Because murals are very popular nowadays. I think excellent idea.
So
Thanks,
thank
Reeve.
you for that, Ian. Just and I'm not in any way negative on this. I just wanted to point out a couple of other comments that I was thinking about today when I was rereading the agenda about this. Again, I'm concerned, a concern of mine would be security. And that is because most murals that we see are in pretty high visible areas. Whereas we know that the Rosedale Hall is not in a high visible area, especially at night. And we've already been dealing with vandalism around Rosedale Hall. So I'm sure that the Recreation Committee will be looking into this, but security and visibility is such a concern. And I would not want to see these murals defaced in any way. But as I said, when I think of murals, generally speaking, we see them on a streetscape in a town or in a built-up area. So that would be, and then obviously we'll be looking. I'm sure that the committee will be looking into cost also. So those are just comments that I thought of. Anything else then? Okay. I'm going to. I think I did. Did I read this motion? I'll quickly read it again. It was moved by Karen Jennings, second by Ian Straight, that council receive this report on the mural Rosedale Hall, that the following be approved, that council approve the committee to investigate ways to have a mural at Rosedale Hall. These ideas would be brought to council for approval and direction. All in favor? And that's carried. And the last motion, I believe, that was brought forward again by the Recreation Culture Committee. This motion was moved by Ian Straight, second by Claus Vandermeer. The council received the following resolution, that being the video of Rosedale Hall, and that the following be approved, that council direct staff to make a video to promote Rosedale Hall and post the video on all our social media pages. Any questions on this? I see Jeff first and then Claus. Jeff?
This is great. I wonder if the staff have the expertise to do that, and I just kind of to throw it out there to some of the groups that are out there, volunteer groups or the school groups. I mean, if reaching out to the high schools, AV sort of classes to see if they can maybe it's something that they might be interested in participating in, just to help. Like it's a cool idea. But there might be an opportunity to get some of our local residents or some of our younger residents too as well that have a very good background in that stuff. Maybe kind of putting it out on our Facebook page or on our social media platform saying we're looking for young individuals that might be able to support in that. Might help with the staff side, but also might look at some of our techie residents that might be able to help with that too as well. Just kind of throwing that out there.
So those are very, very good comments and questions, Jeff. But I guess just reread the one sentence here, because what this is that we are directing staff to make the video to promote Rosedale Hall and post the video on all social media pages. We may want to consider just sort of reworking the wording of this motion. I believe, because this motion is saying that we're directing staff to do it, whereas you're suggesting that we maybe do a little bit of preliminary research to see if we could encounter some youth to help us to create this. So I feel that we need to change this video if council wishes. I do see your hand there, Karen, if you could let us know.
I agree. I agree with that suggestion. That was going to be what I was going to bring forward as well.
Okay, and then I'll go to you, Claus.
Yeah, I concur with that also, what Karen had just said. I think if we reach out to the high schools, maybe some of the senior classes, they're techie guys, as Councillor Carroll had said, I don't think this should really be put on the responsibility of staff.
Okay, and Ian?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Councillor Carroll in regards to that. Maybe even allowing the Recreation Committee to do a little bit further investigation on their own and find out what they can find, people in classes. Maybe we get one of the real estate agents to promote some of their time to help us. They do a great job promoting and showcasing houses and everything else like that. They're pretty talented at it. Maybe we can hit somebody up and get them to come and do a little video for us.
So I'm just going to suggest to council then that, yes, I'll go to you in a second, Claus, but I was going to suggest to council that maybe we defer this resolution for now. Then I'm sure that that the Recreation Culture Committee can look at this maybe one more time and then bring it back to council, or at least to communicate with staff. And but that's just my suggestion. So that would mean that we would be just deferring this motion for now, as it's something new that's being brought forward by, I think, all of us. Claus?
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. If I may, two of my staff members, a father and son, actually do this kind of stuff. The one young lad's been doing a lot of it from the little whirly things that go up in the air, the drones. He's been doing that for real estate companies and so forth. So I may ask them tomorrow if they have any insight as to who could help with that, or if they'd be interested in helping out, because they do this as a part-time hobby. And they live in Montague Township too.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask if I'm going to ask if we can get consensus to just defer this for this meeting. I'll go around the table. Karen?
I guess if we can't modify what our motion was to just add
If
that.
if we can modify the motion, maybe I'll go to you, Joanna, then, and if you can just kind of, I'll put you on the spot, sorry about that, but if you can kind of help us just to reword this, then we could go ahead and pass the motion. And but it would not be saying that we're directing staff to make the video, but it would just say something like that we would direct staff to come back with a report so that then you could continue talking to the committee plus looking into the public. So I'll go to you, Joanna, if you have an idea.
Right. My only concern is that it is a motion of the Recreation Committee, so we may possibly go in a direction that they don't necessarily want to head in. So I think it might make sense to defer it. So it can go back. It can go back to them to bring a new motion forward, perhaps. I don't know that we want to. I'm just not sure that we want to tweak their motion, but I'm open to discussion on that.
Yeah, I think you're right. If this was our motion, we can tweak it, but I think you're right. We probably shouldn't be tweaking it. So again, it's just a matter of deferring it and let it come back to the next meeting, which would be after the Recreation Committee. I know that the Recreation Committee is having a meeting before our next meeting, so I will go around the table again and ask if we have consensus to do this, to just defer this for now. So Karen, I'll go back to you again.
Yep, I guess so.
Okay, and Claus?
Yes, defer.
Jeff? And Ian? Okay, thank you then. So I'll just mark this as deferred. Okay, thank you for that. And next, we're moving on. We have no petitions. We have a bylaw here that was moved by Claus Vandermeer and seconded by Jeff Carroll. The bylaw 3858/2021, a bylaw to stop up and close a portion of Roseville subdivision within the township. Be read for second and third time and passed, signed and sealed this 7th day of September 2021. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We have a motion which was moved by Jeff Carroll, and I don't have a seconder on this motion yet, but this is that council received this information item, and that was on the Chatham-Kent Affordable Internet. And I believe that it was you that moved this forward, Jeff. So if you would like, well, first of all, I'll get a seconder and then we can talk about it. Joanna?
Sorry, did we just miss council assigned tasks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did we? Oh, just one sec here. And you were right. Sorry about that. So I had mentioned that we did the bylaw and we have no motions and no notices of motion. And we're going to go into correspondence then. And the first one is actually an action item. And that's the council assigned tasks. And I think it was because I missed it because I don't have a resolution.
The resolution should be that council received this report for council assigned tasks as information.
Okay, so could I have a mover and a second for that? So this was moved by Claus and seconded by Jeff. All in favor? That's carried. Sorry, Joanna, I just missed. I didn't have a motion for that here, so we missed it there. I'll go back to the next motion then that I did read. And before I'll go to you, Jeff, if you want to speak to it as you moved it forward, but I would like to get a seconder for this first since I don't have one. So moved by Ian. Seconded by Ian Straight. And Jeff, would you like to speak to it at all, or we'll just vote on it? We're just receiving it for information anyways.
I think we read it as far as the affordable internet. We all know in our rural municipality where the cost is, we're paying a lot more than that. And really, I really just want to, anytime I see these come across, I like to support them. and also make sure that we send them off. But I also want to make sure we're sending it to Scott Reed's office too, as well as our federal partner, to make sure, once again, to send that message to his people about our affordable internet in Lanark County as a whole, which I mean, I had a great conversation with him about a couple months ago. But I mean, just to keep on that, because we got to keep the pedal to the metal to in order to get the internet fixed in our area. So.
Okay, so maybe we could then, Joanne, if you could add to this motion, we'll go ahead and vote on it, but if you could add it also that that council receive this information item, that's the Chatham Kent Affordable Internet, and that we forward this to our MP.
Yeah, it's in there. I just put it in there.
Okay, thank you then. All in favor of this? And that's carried. Thank you. The next one, motion is moved by Jeff Carroll. I'm going to be looking for a seconder, but that is also for council to receive the Lanark County local COVID-19 vaccine report. So I need a seconder for that, please. Moved by, seconded by Karen Jennings. Any questions and comments? As your yes, Jeffrey.
I mean, I brought it forward just to more just to talk about it and to commend obviously all the residents that we have out there. Obviously this is not just Montague, but it's our whole area. And you know, our area has done fantastic as far as people stepping up and doing the jabs to make sure that we're one of the leaders in Ontario. And I think that's fantastic. And I'm hoping that's really going to show well for keeping us all safe and out of lockdowns as we go forward, because that's really the main focus. So I just really wanted to commend people and to continue to encourage everybody to do that, so we can make sure that we can have everything open and not go into more lockdowns, especially in keeping everybody safe too as well. So I just wanted to commend people for that.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff, for that. And as your and the county's health unit rep, I'm the county health unit rep, and when I see something like this coming forward, I definitely wanted to bring it forward and give it to Joanna to put on the agenda, and that is so that as every taxpayer in Montague gets to read that. And just to reiterate, I do believe that Dr. Paula Stewart, our hope was that we meet the threshold by, I think it was today, because this is the day that the school children went back. And I believe that we did meet the threshold that she was hoping for. And I know that up until at least a couple of days ago, that we were still the leading highest vaccinated health unit in Ontario. So like you said, kudos to everybody in our area. And because of that, we're safer, and we want to continue that, because the last thing we want to do is to go back into any kind of a lockdown. So thanks for bringing this back forward so that we could talk about it, Jeff. And I just want to make sure that I didn't see your hand, Ian. No? Okay. I thought I'd seen your hand there a minute ago. Thank you. Okay, so all in favor of this? That's carried then. Thank you. The same thing, this motion, again, as the health unit rep, I wanted to make sure that this gets on to the agenda, which you did. And so we got it on the agenda. Jeff, you've moved it forward. If you'd like to speak to it, when people read it, you will see that there is a low-cost clinic coming up, and it's another important thing for the public to see. So Jeff, did you want to speak to it at all?
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you're saying, Reeve. Thank you. These are important clinics that are definitely a lot more inexpensive way of doing this than some of the other ways that the people have to go, like i.e. the vet. I'm not saying don't go to your vet, but these are definitely inexpensive ways of doing it. And I'd like to make sure that we're posting it too as well, even on our social media platforms and our website, just so people are aware of those things whenever they have those sort of those discounted rates for rabies, or even when they even do it for when you get your animal chipped too as well. Like those opportunities, it's nice to put those out there because those are really good, affordable ways to make sure that those things are done. So I'm just kind of hoping that we can kind of post that too as well, just so people. I mean, we already did.
Okay, Joanna, please.
Sorry, unless I missed it, I don't think we got a seconder for that. To talk about it.
No, I didn't. I didn't vote on it yet, though. We didn't vote on it yet.
Okay.
So I need a seconder, please. Ian? Thank you. All in favor then? And that's carried. Thank you. Before we confirm the proceedings of council, Joanna, I'm going to go to you if we have any questions.
Yes, we do. There's a few questions here, so I just have to skim through them to see which is relevant for this meeting. Is Beckwith Township sharing the cost of option 1 for McLaughlin Road?
The answer there is yes. 50-50.
Okay, I think that is it for now, but Christy says she does have a question as well.
Okay, Christy.
Yeah, so I just have a question here with respect to the Roseville subdivision. I have a question that asking, could all the documentation pertaining to this subdivision be held in the heritage file since it originally goes back to 1858?
I don't see why not.
Okay, so if there was any reason why we shouldn't, or whether we shouldn't or can't, then Joanna, could we let the person who's asking the question know?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll look into that, but I'll look into that, but I don't
Okay.
have any issues with sort of having that as part of the historical records.
Okay, thanks. No other questions then?
I have no other questions.
Thanks, Christy. Okay, seeing none then, we have a motion moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings. That bylaw 3859, 2021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its regular meeting held on September the 7th, 2021. Be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed and sealed this 7th day of September, 2021. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Moved by Karen Jennings, second by Ian Straight, that this meeting do now adjourn at, could somebody give me the time, please?
7:36.
7:46?
36. Everybody all together now.
3-6.
Okay, thank you. PM until the call of the Reeve, subject to need. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moved by Karen Jennings, second by Ian Straight, the council can, yeah. We're not going into another meeting, are we? Oh no, this is, okay.
We're going to committee of the whole now.
Okay, so that's all then. Okay, then, thank you then. Do we need a minute to change over into the next meeting? So we'll take 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take a little 2-minute break and then we're going to go into the committee of the whole. Thanks. Am I unmuted?
You're
Yeah.
unmuted. I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
When we were talking about videos for Rosedale Hall, the Town of Carlton Place Childcare did some videos of theirs. It's really cute because they've got some of the children involved as well. And the little ones are saying, come on in, and then they're showing you where the babies sleep and all kinds of stuff. It's really cute.
Okay, I think we have everybody here that's supposed to be with us. So we'll just start when you let us know there, Joanna.
We're never off recording, so we can continue whenever everybody's ready.
Okay, then I think we're ready now. So welcome to everybody for the committee of the whole meeting, September the 7th. So this meeting is now open and I have a motion moved by Ian Straight. Sorry. Yeah, moved by Ian Straight, second by Klaus Vandermeer, that the committee of the whole agenda dated September the 7th, 2021 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I'll remind council again, if you have any disclosure of interest, you can declare it now or anytime during the meeting. Klaus?
Yes, Reeve, I wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 3E.
3E. Okay, thank you for that. Then moving on, we have no delegations tonight. We're going to go straight into the reports of the municipal officers. We've got quite a few. We've got about 8 of them here tonight. So the first one is going to be yours, Joanna. That's on the telecommunications towers.
Okay, so Xplornet has reached out to the township, noting that they're planning on installing 2 communications towers at 1131 Nolans Road and 1639 Pinery Road. So just briefly, so council's aware, and I think you are, there's no sort of formal way the municipality can regulate these, either through building permit or through planning applications. The only thing that we can really do as a township is provide support or not, but they are regulated by the federal government. So regular applications don't apply to them. Notices were provided to the public that the towers are going up. They were sent out by Xplornet to a distance of the required 135 meters. Both proposals include a walk-in equipment shelter and backup generator, and the total footprint for them is 15 meters by 15 meters, and to have a 6-meter wide access. So Xplornet is essentially just looking for municipality support and to have a resolution from council at the following meeting in the next couple of weeks. I believe it's the 21st. And that's essentially it. So just that's the information we have, and we have Jeff from Xplornet if you have any questions for him.
Okay. Thank you there, Joanna. I do have a question from Claus.
Thanks, Reeve. Joanna, I guess, or maybe Jeff, enlighten me how the procedure works. So if a company wants to put up a tower, they just apply to the federal government? That's the only agency they have to apply to? You're muted, Jeff.
I think you're muted, Jeff.
Hi, thanks. The jurisdiction for telecommunications towers under the Telecommunications Act puts the sole authority for site plan control in ISED Canada's lap. So the role of the municipality is to really host the municipal and public consultation process that falls underneath the default federal protocol. So if a municipality has a locally enacted telecom protocol that supplements that, then we would follow the procedure of the municipality. Lacking that, it falls under strictly under the jurisdiction of what they call the CPC protocol. So it's exempt from, as a federal undertaking, it's exempt from intake and review under Planning Act, any municipal zoning bylaws, any provincial conservation authority, any level of provincial or municipal government under the authority of Parliament. So the municipality's role is to participate in the public consultation process with us, to assist us in getting things like the mailing list out, and to monitor the process that we use for reply and comment to any public comments received. The duties are all stipulated in the CPC protocol, and they require things like newspaper notice for towers over 30 meters. They define the radius that we have to consult with. They define the process that we have to reply when there are public comments received. And at the end of that process, then the municipality is asked for concurrence. So the concurrence is not an approval or a disapproval of the site. What it is that the municipality is asked to concur that we have followed the governing protocol in completing our duties of public and municipal consultation. So from there, that then goes to ISED or Industry Canada, and Industry Canada then makes the decision on approving the site.
Okay.
So in this case, in both sites, and this is not a surprise, COVID has moved this to front burner, that people are desperate to have the internet. And I'm sure you're familiar with the EORN project, that there's about $400 million being invested of government money in order to accelerate the rollout of broadband. By 2025, The government's mandate is to be able to deliver high-speed broadband to every resident in the country, and it doesn't matter where they are. So what you'll be seeing is a greater number of these things starting to happen. Rogers is doing, we also do work for Rogers. They're doing 350 towers in the area, basically from Kingston up to Petawawa and then down through the central part. You'll be seeing these towers probably every 4 kilometers. Where XploreNet plays in this business is they're a tier 2 carrier. So our tier 1 are Rogers, Telus, Bell. Tier 2 carriers have smaller antenna loads, smaller data or smaller subscriber requirements. And their strategic initiative and mandate is to fill the coverage gaps that are left between the bigger towers. So historically, what's happened is the federal government has a mandate that carriers must, whenever they can, they must share tower facilities. So if Rogers goes in first, they build the tower, and then when Bell wants to come along, they have to prove that they can't use that tower before they can introduce their own tower. And the goal of that was to mitigate the total number of towers that was rolled out. What's happened over the years is that worked when you could get an analog cell call for 20 kilometers. But what's happened is as the technology has gone from HSPA, 2G, 3G, 2.5G, 4G, and now into 5G, the coverage radius gets ever smaller as the bandwidth increases. So the good coverage radius on these towers is now only about 1 kilometer for 5G. So what's happened in the industry is that Rogers and the big guys have built their networks with their towers 8 or 10 kilometers apart. And everywhere you've got one of those large towers, the local residents have 3 or 4 options for coverage. But now what's happening is that there's no coverage at all and no options whatsoever in the middle space between the existing towers. So XploreNet and other carriers like them, ExecuLink, ZingDirect, those type of smaller carriers are now filling those spaces by putting the smaller towers basically in the middle.
So thank you for this, Jeff. And certainly we are definitely aware of this YORN, as it was a project that actually came out of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. And certainly this issue has been really the highest priority, the priority number 1 for Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and YORN, the YORN project. So certainly we're aware of it, and it's been a long process, but I think slowly it's moving forward. So thank you for that. I'm going to go to Jeff, please.
I just have a couple of questions just for insight, I guess. Is there a reason why you chose this location as the spot? I know you maybe kind of touched on it in your last little talk there, but
yes, yeah, there's a number of reasons actually. It's based on our existing customer base as part of it. So XploreNet historically has been a peer-to-peer network with silo-topped antennas. The problem with those is that with 5G, we need to have a connection point from peer to peer, basically tower to tower. Dealing in Northern Ontario, the topography, as you know, is up and down and full of trees, and signal is dragged into the trees like Velcro. So there's a couple things that one of them is they're clustered around our existing client bases where we're replacing existing small host sites with a specimen form 45 meter. It's a narrow self-support tower, and that's being done right across the province. We're doing sites for XploreNet here all the way from Ottawa to Windsor and North Bay to Niagara Falls, and they're all the identical tower. The second piece in their strategy is that they're also there to cover coverage gaps. So they're deliberately in areas where they have both the existing client base that they need to service and they're between existing facilities of the larger carriers. So the larger carriers will not be doing infill. The smaller guys are doing the infill. So these ones in particular, one of them most definitely, the Smith Falls Airport has some challenges with airport zoning regulations that Bell and Rogers are typically 91 meter towers in these areas, and you just can't get that near an airport. So that was one of the key sites, is that there's been a big coverage gap there that they haven't been able to cover before. And really in the village, in the area where we are in Holbrook and Pinery, it's an equidistant site in our network. So as they build these cells, each cell needs to be pretty much equidistant on the pin from the other local sites near it to make a line of sight connection, first of all. But the second part of that is that where's it going with that? Sorry, it's been a long day, 5 o'clock morning. The existing Bell towers are quite a bit, Bell and Rogers towers are quite a bit larger, and they're not getting into that area. So they're filling in that area essentially. I know what I was thinking. The positioning of these, if you end up with a lopsided cell layout, so you've got a site that's close to one on the west side and a little bit further away from the east side, what you end up with is a coverage gap on one side and a deficiency on the other side of the cell. And so they're very particular with siting, and actually 50 to 100 meters can sterilize a site. It's that particular, because what ends up happening is you could lose an entire customer base of a whole residential cluster on the opposite side. So there's very, very little room for movement when they place these. XplorNet is typically within 500 to 750 meters is about all that we have to work with. And that's a function of the network planning, transmission requirements, the topography, and the existing client base that they have.
So, and to follow up a little bit too as well, just so this is basically for the line of sight, and it's a line of sight to help also upgrade the existing towers that you have. Is that, I mean more like, and this is gonna be like a lot of residents come back from saying, does this mean that speed will increase, or is this just really to upgrade and we'll see if speed increases down the path? Because like, I mean, obviously the residents are looking for an increase of the, in the 3 and the 5 megabits per second that's kind of currently offered in a lot of those cases.
So what's different now is that in the past, we've always had separate cell and internet service. So we would have GSM cell or CDMA cell, and we had HSPA or a Inukshuk or all sorts of different UMTS internet. As we move forward with 5G LTE, the LTE is long-term as evolution. And that's our plan for our foreseeable future in order to be able to duplex and continually build these sites to be faster and faster and faster. Using the MIMO technology, these sites can keep on duplexing and doubling and quadrupling speed as the technology is rolled out without ever having to change the platform. So all technology, all wireless technology is converging on that as opposed to separate internet. So they're no longer separate bands for internet and cell phone. A couple things have changed here. XplorNet is now has acquired a very large chunk of the 5G spectrum. So that allows XplorNet now to go right after the residential landline home phone market because they're able to deliver now full 5G phone service as well as full broadband service, and this is high-speed broadband service as well. So it's coverage and its capacity and speed, and the mandate is that 2025 everybody will have access to that high-speed internet. So this is these will be near fiber speeds within the next couple of years, and it is being deployed with 5G right from the start.
So really the only holdup, the next stage after this is making sure the satellites are there to support.
Actually, the way XplorNet has a bunch of different irons in the fire here. So XplorNet has satellite service available for remote locations, and satellite service is sometimes the only option you have. It's expensive, and it has severe weather problems. So it's never something that's going to be a perfect thing to fill the gap. XplorNet also has a fiber backbone system. So in the more rural areas or where fiber is available, their clients can connect by fiber. And XplorNet also has the third part, which is wireless. Wireless, certainly for our lifespan, is the best of the technologies to fill the gap because it gets the signal, it propagates the signal right down into the local area without interference from weather. So the reason these need line of sight is that the signal is passed from tower to tower, like a hub and spoke kind of system, by a small dish, and it's passed by microwave. That microwave beam needs to have line of sight to the next connect tower. So each of the towers connect with microwave or fiber as their backbone, and then they transmit the signal to the new tower. The new tower then will rebroadcast it on RF through local antennas. That's how the network rolls out. So the different technologies, all kind of fitting in a different niche. The big goal is to get the wireless gaps covered. As we're heading into, by 2025, we're looking at deployment of self-drive cars, and which are primarily satellite, but a lot of the other technology that fills in with the Internet of Things is 5G, and it's all the same band. As you can imagine, self-drive cars and coverage gaps are a bit of a problem. So they essentially have to cover everything with 5G, and frankly, within a couple of years from now, you won't be able to buy a car that's not a 5G hub. You won't be able to buy a briefcase that doesn't have a 5G chip in it, or a toaster or anything else, as the Internet of Things starts filling in then all of the local areas with the whole Internet of Things.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions then? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, Jeff, for filling us in there.
Thanks for letting me know.
I do have a motion, was moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that the Committee of the Whole receive the Telecommunications Towers report, and that the following be recommended to Council. That Council supports the application of the communications towers proposed by ExploreNet at 1131 Nolans Road and 1629 Pinery Road in order to increase access to high-speed internet service. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're going to move on to our next committee, or our next resolution and the report, and that's also going to be yours, Joanna. And that is on the Rosedale Hall concerns.
Okay, so just in case I start crossing reports, I did try to start writing this as one report, and I split it into a couple now. So I'm just going to try to go through this as I'm reading it, so I sort of stay on track. But essentially, staff visited the Rosedale Hall to review the status of some issues with flooring, which we'd known about for some time, and we tried on several occasions to have the gentleman who did the flooring come out to do some repairs. Unfortunately, for various reasons, including like COVID restrictions and shutdowns and that type of thing, we were unable to connect. So we're working on doing so. Hopefully he'll be around in the next couple of weeks, but we went to just go take another look, see if there'd been any changes or any shifting in the floor or any sort of issues. In doing so, when we got to the hall, we saw some things that some are historical, some are, I believe, new, and in a lot of cases, I was able just to go and get things fixed following, the procurement policy. But I thought it would be important for council to be aware of these issues, and just as a note, we haven't had staff hasn't had the same presence in the building as we would have typically had. COVID is a sort of an anomaly, and staff working from home, staff working in the office. I guess we just really truly hadn't been there as much as we probably should. And because we didn't have a lot of rentals going on, we didn't have cleaning staff there on a regular basis. At any rate, if you review your report, we just did a cursory review of sort of the main part of the hall and found a couple of things. So I'll go through them one by one and just talk about what they are. The first one is damage in the women's washroom. I understand that this was a pre-existing leak. in the women's washroom, it had been fixed. I assume during the renovations to the hall, and it looks like it's just leaked again. So we do need more staff time to explore this, and we are on that. And we will come back to council if significant repairs are required. But this is a historical issue that we sort of need to come back and look at. Another issue, there's a door that leads to the upstairs part of the hall. It just looks like it's maybe somebody's banged into it a little bit with a table or something. I don't think it's anything major. It's at the bottom of the door, but just something to be looked at and patched up, I believe. But I think worth noting. There were also multiple electrical outlets that had been damaged. So again, I sort of started this position in December, and I know the Rosedale Hall had just been renovated and fixed up. So I don't have a lot of the history before this, but there was some damage to several electrical outlets, some of them out of the walls, and some of them not functioning due to the limited breakers in the main panel. So we have had an electrician come out and make repairs and add some additional breakers to the panel so that everything would be operable and in good shape. So the next thing that we saw was the lock was broken on our safe or the vault in there. So there are township records in that safe, and it had been left unlocked for, I understand, a significant amount of time. So we have gone and arranged, and it is now complete. The repair has been completed. We have a lock on the safe now, so that those documents can be safely stored and not accessed by anyone who uses the hall. And then we did notice some damage, as was mentioned previously, and why we had people coming to begin with, some damage to the floor in various areas. So just sort of, where the floor meets the wall, there's some dents or some gaps. So hopefully that will be looked at in short order. And related, but unrelated to this report, but related, we also did put a lockbox on the thermostat because we have had some concerns that I'll get into later with heat and hydro use. So we also have a lockbox installed in the thermostat to monitor be able to maintain the hydro use in the building. Additionally, during the renovation process, my understanding is that the sound barrier was removed off the walls. It was put away in a storeroom, but damaged or had fallen apart due to age. So we did, because it was causing a fire hazard, we did have that removed. And my understanding is that the Recreation Committee was going to be looking into replacement sound barriers. I believe they discussed that in their 2020 minutes. And I guess, lastly, because there were some issues with heating and cooling that we can get into later in the next report, when it was discovered, we did shut off the heating and cooling systems and then put that lockbox on the thermostat to ensure that doesn't happen again. Are there any questions?
I see Karen, please.
So curiosity, it was said that there haven't been regular visits to the hall.
That's correct.
Why would the monthly health and safety inspections not be occurring?
So that is something that has not occurred historically. And it was brought to my attention, and we'll be doing monthly health and safety inspections moving forward. But it had not been happening historically. It's not in any documentation as a requirement, but we'll be doing so moving forward.
So follow up?
Yes, yep.
So then separate from Rosedale Hall, can you then follow up to ensure that when you do when the individual, sorry, not you, when the individual who does the monthly inspections does ensure that all municipal buildings, parking lots, et cetera, are all inspected?
Yeah,
Because I'm
it's
not
already been talked about, and there's actually a monthly inspection, I believe tomorrow or the next day, and that is already on the list to be done. So that's being taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Claus?
Muted.
You're mute.
Yeah.
Did that. We shouldn't have had a break, then I wouldn't have muted it. Just for all of the council members to know, my contract with Rosedale Hall was canceled prior to the renovations. So I have had no reason to go to Rosedale Hall. The only time I went there is requested to do a construction cleanup. And then I was requested this past weekend to do a cleanup before the Pick Barbecue. So unfortunately, no reason to go to the hall to inspect anything or check to see what's going on.
Thank you, Claus. I had that in my notes to mention, and I didn't. But yeah, the current contract is for the town hall and the fire administration building and the public works yard, and it does not include the Rosedale Hall. So we don't currently have a contract in place for anybody for the Rosedale Hall.
Okay, Ian, please.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. Since the painting was done, I assume the one picture is the picture of the women's washroom in the back corner. So that would have been freshly painted.
I believe so. Yeah, my understanding is that that area had been fixed and then has since come apart. But yeah, walking into this,
yeah,
a little bit not knowledgeable, but yeah, my understanding is it had been fixed and it's perhaps leaking again. But we are looking in to see what that what's going on, if it's a bigger issue than obviously what we thought previously when it was fixed.
Yeah, that area has been like that for years, and it hasn't been addressed. But I'm a little concerned that it was all painted and now it's coming back through, and because there are like serious mold issues, like that's black mold. I'm not a mold expert by any means, but there's serious mold issues in there for sure. I think that it needs to be looked at.
Yeah, that's why we're addressing it. It'll take a little bit of time because of that, for sure.
The last time that I was in there was after the painting was done and it looked great, but I don't recall seeing all these outlets and everything else being removed from the, like that just, I don't understand how that maybe occurs. It's like that's almost something physically having to do it or whatever, anyways, when you're doing your monthly inspections, Joanna, are you guys inspecting the play structure outside as well now?
The public works staff does the inspections of the play structure, so I know for sure that those are being done. And then the other staff are doing the fire admin and public works, all the salt sheds and storage sheds and parking lots in that area. So those are being dealt with, but the hall itself was not.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Karen, please.
My question then was with reference when Claus said he hasn't been doing the cleanings because we don't have a contract on that. If we've had renters in there, so we haven't had any cleaning occurring?
Again, this is maybe something we can get into in the next report. They're kind of conjoined, but I guess the quick answer is no. I suppose what I would assume to be the case is that there must have been a verbal agreement with the groups to do the cleaning because they were given access, as we'll hear about in the next report. So I can only assume that there must have been some agreement to do with cleaning and closing up.
Okay, I don't see any further questions then, Joanna. So thank you for this report, and thank you for the work that's been done and the work that's going to be done and the investigation into the 2 or 3 things there. So thanks for that. I have a motion. It was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings that the Committee of the Whole receive the following report. That's the Rosedale Hall concerns, and that the following be recommended to council, that council receive this report for information. All in favor? Before we vote, did you want to say something, Joanna?
No, the vote was okay. I just got a message here from one of the staff noting that the students did clean the hall at least once this summer in late July.
Okay, so all in favor of this? That's carried. Thank you. The next one is also yours, Joanna, which is related. That's the user fees and charges bylaw review, hall rentals.
Okay, so this is another challenging report, but we did have a question asked by a member of the public at our last meeting, sort of asking, were various groups that are currently using the hall, do they pay a rental fee or not? There was some discussion at the time amongst council as to whether they were supposed to pay a fee or not, or that there may have been an agreement in place. No one was quite sure, so I was asked to look into that, which I did. So speaking to the group in question, it was determined that fees, securities, and insurance were not collected from this group for the use of their hall, which was scheduled Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Tuesday and Thursday at various times. The group did use the hall throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, with the exception of the lockdown periods, when the group was advised to not attend the hall. My understanding is that the group was provided a key to get in and out of the building, and that the alarm was turned off for this period of time, so that they could. They were in so frequently that, and we didn't have cleaning staff that could come in and open and close and clean. The key was provided, and the alarm was not set. And so I in sort of trying to do some research, it was found that the key was provided to the group on October 10th, shortly after the user fees and charges bylaw passed, which was October 6th. So there's a bit of a disconnect here, because council had just passed a user fees and charges bylaw with respect to costs for hall rentals, and for whatever reason, those fees and securities and insurance were not charged at that time. Since that discovery, we've also had several people, calling in, trying to make hall rentals now. And there's been a couple other groups come forward saying that they had been using the hall free of charge. So it got me thinking, maybe it was in a previous bylaw. So I went back and looked at the 2016 user fees and charges bylaw, as well as in our rental agreements. And I couldn't find anything discussing the provision of free use of the hall for any community groups. The most I could find was 4 free sessions for not-for-profit groups. And so what's happened is, sort of with these groups that have come asking now, I've said, no, unless you can provide me with a written document from previously. We're following the user fees and charges bylaw now. This is what it says. You are required to provide these insurance, and all those necessary things. So we've had a little bit of backlash from that, but we can only use what the bylaw says. So we're moving forward in that respect. Equally, we've also collected the key back from the group who had the key, so we are now in possession of that key, and we're just working forward with all these groups, trying to find how to make this use suitable for everybody and continue using the user fees and bylaw charges that was passed So I'm just gonna read through here, see if there's anything else I need to make mention of. I think that's essentially it. I'm open to questions. I have a list of things here that maybe we can discuss if anyone has anything else to ask or to add.
Joanna, I would like to ask that, or just wondering about this, that do you think that it would be good for us to have put a review of the user fees and charges bylaw onto another meeting so that we can actually review it and make sure that it's not too complicated, or at least discuss and figure out if there's a way to make this whole process a little bit simpler?
I absolutely think that is necessary. And in fact, that was going to be my third report to council tonight, but I thought we might get a little bit overwhelmed. There are certainly some complicated sections of the user fees and charges bylaw. In particular, you know, if you use the bylaw for a 5th time, you get a discount, and if you use it, you know, 12 times, you get another discount. And there's some issues with that I can see that would be complicated with kitchen rentals, and if you're using the cutlery, it's another so many dollars, and there's just a lot of little complex things that I think could be ironed out and made a little bit more clear. It did also pass it around to staff. Of course, the user fees and charges bylaw include things like water and wastewater and planning fees and building fees and all that. So I've sent it around to the managers to sort of take a look and see if they feel as though everything that's in there currently makes sense. So waiting back for responses from some of them, and I have to take a little closer look at it as well in terms of how to uncomplicate things, I think is the word I would use. So I you know, if council so directs, I think it would make sense to do that.
Well, I certainly would think that we should be encouraging that and recommending that, but we can maybe get consensus there from council. But I'll first go to you, Karen, please.
I don't see an issue with what is laid out in the recreational hall rentals. I mean, the rec committee reviewed it, dropped the rates, so we approved the drop, but they're very clear on what specifically they are. I mean, as in if you add in the kitchen utensils and stuff, that's standard to have those separate. So, I mean, setup, takedown costs, all of that are very clear, even getting down into the multi-use. I mean, it's very clear. It's 10% off from your fee for a second. You get 15% off for a third rental. It's very simple to calculate. So I don't know where this one needs to be reviewed. It's very clear, in my opinion.
I think some of the problem that we've had just as we've been talking to people right now is, you know, people say, okay, I'm going to book, you know, 10 rentals, so they get the 50% reduction, but then they say, but if we can't make it, do we still get the discount? Because we booked the hall. Well, if they're only really going to use it 4 times, then the reduction is 25%. So it's easy for someone to come in and book 19 rentals at a 50% reduction and then cancel them later.
But it's not. It's from the 5th to 19th is 50% off.
Right.
Your others are at those other rates. Like it is a consecutive thing to follow through.
Yeah,
so that's
but,
where I'm saying it. And I mean, that charge is up front. You've got a security deposit on top of it, right? So I mean, there are ways around to say your security deposit then is reduced because your rental was reduced, and therefore what you were charged was less than what you should have been. So we work it around that way. But I mean, it's very simple to follow through on it.
No, and we've calculated that. We're just getting questions, you know. Yeah, without getting into a lot of detail, there has been complications because there's a way around various things, but maybe it's something that we can chat about offline. I mean, it is clear, and we've calculated things, but people are coming in with like, you know, if I book it for the morning for this period of time and then for the afternoon, is that one rental? Is a full day? Is it only half a day? Does that count as 2 rentals? You know, it's
not consecutive. It's not a full day, but anyway.
Yeah, well, anyways, it raises questions in my mind, but that's my perspective. But anyways, open to obviously have council give direction one way or the other.
Okay, so do we have any other further questions first? So, yes, Ian.
So I guess my question is, how did we get in this position in the first place? Did this group come to, or have these past groups come to right to the township and speak to whoever, or has it been referred by a council member, or were council members aware that people were using it without paying the fee? I think these are all pertinent things. There's nothing that's ever came to council that I'm aware of where it allows anyone to use our hall without having to pay for it. Change in the bylaw.
Yeah, I mean, I guess council would have to speak for themselves as to what's been said. To user groups, I don't know that. There would have been. We do have, for example, a rental agreement that just says that this particular group is going to, rent the building on these days at these times, but there's no follow-up documentation in terms of insurance, securities, or fees. So there's no written agreement that I can find. I looked back through all the motions of council to try to find, and actually the EOC meetings to try to find anywhere where it was documented that there was some sort of either verbal or written agreement that would allow this. I couldn't find it. It's not to say it doesn't exist, but I did do a fairly thorough search and couldn't find that. So all I have is just the rental agreement saying the group and the days and times. And I know that the key was provided after the user fees and bylaw charges were passed, like 4 days later. So that's the history as I could put it together. I know it's not complete. I know it's what nobody really wants to hear that, but that's as much as I could, figure out. And wanted to bring it to your attention sooner rather than later, particularly because a member of public had asked that question and we wanted to get back to them.
That's fine there, Ian?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, going on to Karen, please.
So even if this passed 4 days after, or if they got their key, et cetera, 4 days after the new bylaw, the old bylaw was still in existence that had higher fees. So there should have been fees charged because council did not waive those. I mean, it was briefly mentioned of this new rental that came into place. A little bit of a discussion by me in reference to concerns about the fact that we just put all this money into renovations on it, and this is what it was going to be used for, but there was no discussion whatsoever on waiving of fees or anything else. And I mean, I remember the former treasurer getting the information with reference to the insurances so that everybody that was renting the hall had to apply for insurance. That was even a discussion that Allison had brought to us. So I don't understand how this has just gone by the wayside.
So I think I agree with what you're saying there, Ian, also that I don't recall it ever being ratified or approved by council. I've certainly had no conversations with anyone about this. And it seems that none of us around this table or on the screen at least have, unless somebody has heard or done this. So I don't know. I don't know how this went through. I guess I have one question though. This group that we're talking about, is it considered a nonprofit? I know that it's certainly some of the members are Montague residents, but is it considered? I mean, they're not doing anything to make money, so is it considered nonprofit?
sorry, I think they would have to show, most groups have a nonprofit status. And that's something that we should be asking for if we're going to provide them, because under the 2020 bylaw, it says you can have 4 free rentals if you're not for profit. So one of the things we should be asking for is proof that you're not for profit. In this case, I know it's a seniors group, but I have not been provided any documentation to show that it's not for profit. Even if it were, there would have been 4 free rentals, but the rest should have been charged for, or moving forward would be required to be charged.
Yes. Okay. So Karen, and then to Ian.
And it also reads Montague nonprofit service groups, not just that there's members, because this group is not a Montague nonprofit service club or organization, in that they bounce around for where they're getting their use to do their recreational activities, depending on where the openings are available. So it's not a true Montague nonprofit service club. But irregardless, it's only for a year. There still should have been charges for the balance of the time that was being used.
Yeah.
And equally, there was a couple other groups that were using it as well previously.
Okay, Ian.
Yeah, you know what? This is unfortunate this has happened, because we have a recreation committee that's really, trying to do great things, and we want to make sure that this happens, and we don't want this to put a big stain on what people are trying to do right now. I guess for myself is that we make sure that we treat everybody equally and fair. The people that come to use the hall want to use the hall, and at the end of the day, that's what we need to ensure happens. And unless council provides direction to staff to do otherwise, then I think that we need to make sure that this is happening, just to ensure that there's a level of fairness throughout the township. And like I said, I don't want to harp on it anymore. For myself, I want people to come and use the hall and take advantage of it. We have done a lot of work, and we got a few things here to fix up. But I'm sure that the council will have further discussions regarding this and ensure that these things don't occur again.
And I agree with you, Ian. Like, I think it's also important, and I'm sure that the Recreation Committee would agree with this, that we don't want just groups coming to maybe play their sport, but it would be also nice to be able to see groups coming who would be proactive and reach out and try to get young people and others, whether it be young people or seniors or anyone, really get them interested in that sport. And then it's really becoming something that we want to take part at Rosedale Hall. It seems to me that the group came in and played their sport and left, and there wasn't much interaction with public. Now, in everybody's defense, the last year and a half has been tough to do stuff like that because of COVID. But as I say, I would definitely like to be able to see a group not just come in and use the hall to play a game, but try to encourage the public and involve the public and get people from Montague becoming more active with groups like that in our hall. Just a comment. I only mean that to be a comment for now, but Jeff, I'll go to you and then to Klaus.
Yeah, real quick, because I know we had groups in the past, obviously, that and there's one that's it's one of the children's groups that's in the past that I don't believe there was ever any fees. So I mean, we're definitely going to have to have a discussion about ones that now that things are opening back up again. There's been some historical incidences, I guess, especially with Crow, that we're going to have to look at to see if we want to make sure that we're supporting some of these community groups in our township, and have to kind of take a look and see if there is user pays already out there in the other areas that they go. Because I think there's definitely going to have to be a conversation of some historical ones that I mean, they would be going right now if COVID obviously hadn't taken place. So if we're going to reintroduce it, we want to make sure that we introduce something that's going to be positive, because some of those things that we had that were in there were very positive to our community. that were well utilized by Montague residents. So I think that we have to make sure we have a good discussion about how we're going to do that. So.
And you're right, Jeff. It was beautiful to see what was happening there over the last few years with the preschool play group. I was in a couple of times 2-3 years ago to see that. It was just so nice to see. So like we're certainly going to have to. This is why I was thinking that it would be good to have another discussion about this whole thing. Because are we going to start charging parents of young children, some babies, to be able to come in and play with each other and interact with each other at our hall? I would think not, but it's still another group that was using it and not being charged. So I do feel that there is room to have another discussion about this. But that's just how I feel. So I'll go back to, I think, Claus and then to Karen.
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Not to repeat what everyone said, but I think we need to leave it up to staff to come up with some fair user fees and so forth and be flexible and what have you. And we need to move forward on this. It's unfortunate what's happened in the past. Everyone thought things were going great, but I guess they weren't. Nobody was checking. It was just kind of roll along. But I do have a question for some of the groups that is there, besides the pit barbecue, Joanna, is someone else scheduled in there Friday and Saturday?
I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I know we've had a couple of people book times throughout the week and throughout the coming months. But yeah, like I said, I don't have the schedule right in front of me. But we have booked a few things according to the user fees and charges bylaw and everything else. So it's good to see the hall start being used again.
Yeah, it is. It's just there's some preparation required for the pit barbecue. So I hope nobody's in there Friday and Saturday besides them.
Yeah. Yeah, I can look into that and talk offline.
That's off topic here. Sorry.
I think it's also important that we give some thought to the fact that we could have a group book that hall for 5 or 6 days per week, and it's fine if nobody else wants it. But as our hall gets, more known, and more people are wanting to use it, then I think that we're going to have to put in place a policy where someone may only be able to rent it 2 or 3 times per week. Because as was pointed out, I believe in your report, Joanna, that we've had a group using it 5 days a week. Well, I would, like I said, if that's fine if nobody else is wanting it or nobody else is using it, but at a point when somebody else is wanting to, then I think that group is going to have to be cut back to a more reasonable amount of times they use it. Karen, please.
So just to follow up with reference to the comment about other user groups and like the Crow, for example, then if we're sending staff back to do some information, then to find out whether or not that Crow in other locations is receiving, if other locations that host Crow are receiving payment or not, versus us just saying it's for free when other locations, if for example, they are getting costs paid because there are costs associated with having a building.
Good comment, I think. Okay, so anything else on this then? So where is it at then? I'd like to ask council if we have any interest in putting having a review, another review of this whole issue at a future meeting. So I'm just going to go around and ask council if we have consensus to do this or not. So I'll go around the table. I'm going to start with you, Jeff, please.
I don't think I'm really up for another review of the I think we just need to implement what we have and kind of address some of the historical ones that we have that we can address those as we come forward. But I think we're good. Let's just see if we can implement what we have.
Okay, Claus?
No, I agree. I think we should put forward what we've already put in place. As Karen said, the rec committee put forward a fairly good schedule, and let's see how it works. We may have to tweak it as time goes along.
Okay, and Karen?
We don't need to review, no.
Okay, so, and Ian?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to review it either.
Okay, so I guess then we certainly won't be doing that then. But I guess my only question then, what do we do with a group like I said, like the place group, like the young children that have had it for years, that has used it for years, but used it for free. So are we saying then that we're going to go back without no more discussion or review? Are we saying then that we're going to go back to a group like that and say, no, the policy is you pay, or what?
Well, that's what I just.
Yes, Karen.
That's what I just asked about Joanna doing and checking to see if that children's group at other locations actually pays for the rental.
Okay, and if they say that they don't pay,
then Joanna will have to bring it back. But I mean, our user fees as it sits can still stay.
Okay, that's fine with me. I'm just throwing it out there because I do see that there could be complications, and would we want to lose a group like that because we are going to be charging them then? Ian, please.
Yeah, I think you're right. I guess for myself is that if kind of leave it up to Joanna. If anybody comes forward that's historically has used the hall and not been charged for it in the past, at the end of the day, they're always more than welcome to do a delegation to council. And at that point in time, if they do their delegation and the council chooses to waive fees for them, so that because maybe they provide a valuable service to our township and we don't want to lose that, then that's also part of what the hall's for. So I think that decision needs to be brought to council, and the decision has to be made by council. So I don't have any problem with that happening.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Ian. And I only bring it up because I don't want us to continue getting into the same situation where some groups slip through the cracks and others don't. Jeff, please.
Pretty well what Councillor Straight said is where I was going. I think that's the direction that we should go. We have that background look, and then exactly coming to council to see the value of it and why we should waive the fees and go from there for those type of situations. So,
okay, Joanna, please.
So just for the record, in a conversation with one of these groups who has been historically not charged, I advised them what the user fees and charges bylaw said with respect to not-for-profit groups, but said if it's been happening historically, there's no reason you can't approach a member of council or ask me for a delegation to council to discuss that. So that's already sort of, it may or may not occur, but that option has been provided.
Yeah.
Okay, going to move on then. We have a motion. It was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Ian Straight that the committee of the whole receive the following report: the user fees and charges bylaw review, hall rentals, and that the following be recommended to council, that council accept this report as information only. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Moving on, the next one is the contract with Smith Falls ended for planning services. That's yours, Joanna.
Okay, so I guess with this one, it's unfortunate, but on August 18th, I received a notice that the shared services agreement with Smith Falls with respect to planning services would be coming to an end, formally effective October 31st. The planner, our current planner, will be taking on new applications until the end of September, and following which then he'll just be cleaning up the files till the end of October. So just so to make everyone in the township aware, I know the planner, did feel quite badly about this, but his work at Smith Falls has just, tripled, and we're experiencing a lot of growth in Montague, and he just really didn't have the time or wherewithal to do both jobs, give both jobs the attention they deserve. So he felt it was necessary to hand his resignation. So at this point, the suggestion is, because I am also a planner, that I take on the role as clerk administrator and planner for the next several months. There would be some obviously crossover between the planner and myself on historical files and on new files, and to catch me up to speed on Montague's planning documents, which I haven't paid a lot of attention to, particularly in my tenure here. But as such, given the acting clerk administrator job is a full-time position already, some of the duties that I currently do will sort of have to be farmed out to various members of staff, likely our deputy clerk administrator and the administrative assistant, helping as time permits. I know particularly our treasurer, that's the deputy, is particularly busy in the fall with various items. But I will at this point continue on the main duties, but we're going to have to really focus on some priorities, and other items may unfortunately fall by the wayside. So I've listed here the main priorities being maintaining a responsive planning department, which includes meeting all Planning Act requirements and deadlines, the official plan amendment, development charges study, the feasibility design build study, any legal matters that may occur, grant applications, report writing, reports to council, and minute taking agenda preparation. I've sort of said, what I would continue to do versus what other staff may be delegated. So I guess it's just we're going to have to sort of limp through until we find a replacement, and likely until at least the end of the year, or until there's a replacement found. So it's possible that historical or other date issues may not be dealt with as effectively as they have been previously, just due to this workload. But I will delegate anything possible to be able to maintain focus on the important duties that are required for the township. There will likely be some requirement for overtime. I'm hoping it won't be too much if I can delegate, but council needs to be aware that overtime is certainly a possibility. That's it for that report. If there are any questions or concerns.
Any questions? Seeing none, I have a motion. It was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer that the Committee of the Whole receive the contract with Smith Falls ended for planning services report, and that the following be recommended to council. That council direct the acting clerk administrator to work in conjunction with the contract planner until October the 31st, 2021, at which point the acting clerk administrator will take on the role of planner, as well as acting clerk administrator from October the 31st, 2021, until the end of the acting clerk administrator contract in January 2022. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Joanna. And I think I'd have to say that shows our support for you and our confidence in what you can do for us.
I'd like to say thank you, but
no, we're thanking you. Okay, moving on, we're going to go on to the next one, and that's the part-time cleaner position. And Claus, you're
I'm going to mute.
Okay, thank you. So back to you, Joanna.
Okay, so at the committee of the whole meeting that occurred on April 20th, under resolution 70/2021, the following direction was provided: that council direct staff to review the potential and the options with respect to hiring a part-time cleaning or custodial staff member. Staff be directed to extend the existing contract, that's cleaning contract, until such time as a determination is made. So just backtracking historically, there was an RFP that went out for the custodial cleaning services back in April. And we received several bids, which were fairly costly, and we also had some incomplete RFPs. So in the end, the recommendation was to, rather than pay a substantial amount of money, that we look at least at the possibility of having a part-time cleaner or custodial position created. So we've drafted, using bits and pieces of job descriptions I've been able to find, sort of put a job description together for something that might be suitable. And this would include, the cleaning and general maintenance of the township office, the fire hall, the public works building, and based off these other reports, the opening and closing, cleaning, potentially booking of appointments, or scheduling the use of the Rosedale Hall. So we ran this job description through the gender neutral job evaluation tool and compensation review that was used back in 2017 as a ranking system. And the position scores a little bit higher than the administrative assistant receptionist, but below a public works operator. Accordingly, the salary range comes in at about $24.01 an hour. That, I believe, is the high end of the pay. So currently, for custodial purposes, we're paying a total of about ballpark $7,000 a year. This does not include anything to do with the Rosedale Hall, as was mentioned previously. It's just the administration building, fire, and public works. It's anticipated, as is currently, that there is a 6 hours per week for cleaning the administration municipal complex by either our current cleaner or by the part-time, and the any additional hours for the Rosedale Hall would be equal one way or the other, whether we have a contract or whether we have a part-time position. So when we include provision for other related employment costs, excluding OMERS and benefits, the approximate cost for a part-time employee would be $8,614.79 per year. And just to make mention, in the past month, there's been an increase in hall bookings. Determining the exact amount of time needed for the hall would be difficult to determine at this point, but what we do know is that we do need somebody at the hall, eyes on the hall, cleaning the hall, opening and closing the hall. So at any rate, it's something for council to consider. Creating a part-time budget for the custodial position would need to be included in the 2020 budget if we were going to move forward with this proposed position.
Any comments, questions? First, I'll go to you, Karen, and then to Ian.
So the job description is a little more detailed than I think what we are actually looking for. Like, I mean, it makes reference to supervising rentals, but that individual is not going to be there during the rental. They might arrive to open, they might close, but we're not actually expecting that that person is there as a person who is, say, for example, it's a stag and doe. They are not there to patrol the Liquor License Act, because that is falling under our operators of the bar. So
Right.
I think we've got a bit more detailed in it than what we're actually looking for of this individual. And therefore, part of that will then in turn reduce the scoring of the position, because they're not truly doing what other positions may be doing, where they actually are there the whole time. They open the hall, they are there the whole event, they lock that event up and clean at the end. I think we need to also look at, it says plumbing, drywall, painting, electrical, etc. So I think we'll have to be very clear on what is the expectation, because you have to have, in certain cases, the trades, right? Like, you have to have somebody in, we can change a light bulb, but that's as far as it goes, you know. You might be able to put a washer on or something like that, but so we do need to see how that goes through. But if it's possible to get somebody to do that sort of work at 6 hours a week, with reference to the snow removal that you put in here, they wouldn't be there first thing in the morning to shovel. It would just be when they're there for their 6 hours. That's what the expectation is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But we can clarify that for sure.
Yeah.
Make that more clear.
Okay.
So to go along with that comment, that question, Karen, what would happen then if there was a user group wanting to get in at 9 o'clock and there'd been a big snowfall? What do we do there?
Oh, no, that's fine. It was the fact that I was thinking of, they don't come to the municipal office and do the snow shoveling at 6 in the morning, for example, when they're only there to clean, say at night for theirs. But if it's for a rental, this is what this person is hired to do. I
Okay,
was referring to the Monday to Friday shift type thing, that they're
Okay.
not there every day to do snow shoveling, versus they're there to do their cleaning. They could do the shoveling at that point if it's necessary, but when it's pertinent to a rental, then they would, give a shovel of the walkway, etc.
yeah, understood. Thanks. Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I guess, Joanna, my question is first of all, is the rate, is that like 24? You said that's at the high end of the scale?
Yeah, that's the
What's
high
the-
end.
What's the low end?
I will have to see if I can pull Andrew into this conversation. I think he has that information.
And I guess my next question, I understand exactly what you're trying to do, and it makes sense to me what you're trying to accomplish here. I guess, is there a way that we can get away from having to pay OMERS and all, you know what I mean? Is it a part-time employment? Is that subject to, do we have to do OMERS? I'm not a specialist in that, maybe Karen can help me out or not, but are there ways around that? Because that adds a significant cost to the position.
Yeah, so that's excluding OMERS and benefits. If they're part-time, they wouldn't have membership in OMERS or benefits, but they would have 15%, for vacation and insurance, like ballpark that amount.
All right, I just want to make sure I understood that right. Thank you.
Yeah. Andrew doesn't seem to be answering, so I'm just, I'll have to get back to you about the scale. I don't think we have a specific scale. We were just trying to sort of benchmark it in between areas, but I can get that information for you.
Karen, please.
So on a follow-up, what happens in the situation where because once you go to an employee versus a contracted service, once you go to an employee, this employee now takes vacation, or this employee is now sick, who's going to take over? Where when you have a contracted service, you sort of expect that company that's providing that service have backup?
Good question.
Because legally they get vacation.
Yeah, now. I'd probably redirect that question back to you because you're HR, but my understanding is they would get paid, they would get paid for vacation, but not necessarily vacation days.
Oh, no, they get paid their
No.
vacation, but they must take the time.
Okay,
So they get paid their vacation on each check, for example, if that's how you do it. But then they also still must book that 2 weeks in a calendar or in your year, whether it be calendar year or whatever, but they still must take their vacation.
I got you, Jeff.
I suspect we would have them book their vacation and we would staff would have to work around that somehow, whether we don't book rentals that week or whether a member of staff is the one that's going there, like another member of staff goes there and opens and closes, or we'd have to work through that as opposed to having a custodial service.
Jeff?
Just to follow up with that, there is no vacation. When you're getting paid vacation pay, you don't get vacation.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes,
No,
you do. Check
no.
the Employment Standards Act. Oh, yes, you do.
Well,
You
we
get paid a
will double check
percentage
that because you know that the point of vacation pay is getting those percentages either put into a bank for your vacation or you get paid out so you don't have vacation. You don't get vacation pay and then also get paid vacation when you're done too as well.
No, it's not paid vacation. It's you get your vacation pay on your paycheck as a part-time, but
Correct.
you must within that calendar year or whatever the employer determines is the year, take time as well. It's right in the Employment Standards Act. You have to get the percentage and you have to get the time. The time is not paid because you received the pay already, but you have to take your time.
I mean, there's been lots of part-time positions that don't take vacation when they do that. That's the whole purpose of getting, and any part-time employee is going to say, well, I don't want to take time off. That means I don't get paid for it. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I
It's
think
right in the act. It's right in the act.
there's more to it than that though. So I think they're not, and I have all due respect with your HR background, but I think there's a misinterpretation there, but we can look into that. Because I think right now, if we go through this, it's not going to go anywhere. But regardless, but I think that's another a key point. If I can spin off that though, is the fact that the contract side of it was something this small. It puts the onus on the contractor to make sure that that person's there. And also, in the same token, if we're looking at the hall, it might be kind of tricky. It's one thing to have someone say, they know they have to come in for 3 hours, 2 days a week. From 2 to 5 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, whatever, to clean that. But when you start throwing in like curveballs of like, well, now we need you this Saturday, this Friday to make sure you're open for this and you're open for that, you're open for that. It's hard for somebody. It might be hard to find somebody where a contract, they might have a couple different people that could pull in for that if we get into that situation. I guess that's my concern is that say they can't do the Friday night. Are we going to send one of our staff members to do the unlocking and the locking are we going to send other people besides that person? I think that's a duly concern for sure. Also on the same token, I think you had in there about the sorry, Reeve, the booking of the hall and everything else too as well. Like we really want to lay that just in the office though. We don't really want to have the bookings or anything going through that person. I don't think. I think that would probably lower the score too as well. I think Karen did touch on that a little bit. We want to make sure that it's really done in the office and centralized with our full-time staff, I think too as well. So
I made that note too. So
Okay, so if that's everything on this, I do have a motion. We'll read it. It was moved by well, we have to get a different mover on this one. So I need Jeff. Jeff, you're going to move this. So moved by Jeff Carroll. Oh, I'm sorry, you've seconded.
I was just going to say, I'm not seconding it.
Okay, so I need somebody else to move it. Karen, thank you. Moved by Karen Jennings. Second by Jeff Carroll, that the Committee of the Whole receive the part-time cleaner position report and that the following be recommended to Council. That Council direct staff to move forward with including the required funds for this part-time position in the 2022 budget. All in favor?
It's got to be fixed though, right? Our amendments are going to be fixed first. and then brought back?
Did you say the
That's what
amendments?
my assumption was.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just committee of the whole too, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor then? That's carried. Thanks. Moving on to the next one is going to be your report, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks very much.
And that is on the roof update.
Thank you. Yeah, so staff brought a report to committee last meeting on the 3rd. The decision by committee was to have staff reach out for quotations if the funding was still available from the COVID ICIP funding. So after the meeting, staff reached out to the funding stream, and it was indicated to us that this would require a formal scope change, as in the written scope, it was worded that there was going to be a peaked roof. By going forward with a flat roof, it would, without having approval from the federal government, our funding would be null and void, and we would no longer have any of that money. This is the reason it's back to committee of the whole. A lot of the wording in the report is very similar to the last one, other than just kind of what a formal scope change would be. So it'd be submitted to them. Government, we have to explain why this is taking place, what's going to be going on instead of it. And then they would get back to us with their answer, and they can't confirm or deny if it's going to get carried or not.
Excuse me,
so there's a couple
excuse me, Steve, for interrupting you, but we forgot to call Claus back.
Oh, I have called Claus back. I've told him to come back, so hopefully he'll be here shortly.
Okay, thanks. You can go ahead then, Steve. Thanks.
No problem. Yeah, so there's a couple different options that staff has put forward. We can either go forward with the decision to approach the federal government and write them a detailed explanation as to why we require a formal scope change, and wait for the decision to come up with solutions for the roof. The other option is to move forward and complete a quotations as per the procurement policy with the funding from our reserves for completing a flat roof option to ensure that we aren't going to have any leaks coming this spring. And that's basically the changes to the report, is basically the different funding options we have. It goes to a scope change, or we do this from reserves, and that is the recommendation as per option 1, is to direct staff to request quotation as per the procurement policy to complete flat roof without the funding.
Any questions from council? Yes, Karen first, and then Ian, I think.
I guess I'm a little lost on, we're now going back to a flat roof because it wasn't an option before and now it is an option? Like when we started this way back when, it was the flat roof.
This could absolutely be an option. It's an existing flat roof system. It would, our contractor would just have to come in, have a quotation as to what it's going to take to remove the existing membrane, beef it up, obviously, as it is leaking, replace any sheathing that needs to be replaced, fix the flashing that was proper or poorly installed, and we could have a flat roof for hopefully around $30,000 would be the expected, and as per the report.
Interesting. Thanks.
Ian, please.
Yeah, Steve, thank you very much for the report, and we seem to be circling the wagons on this thing. I kind of agree with what Karen's saying a little bit, and that I think that the way it was presented to us originally was that this roof was done and there was no other option except for replacement. But if we've come up with another solution, that's great. I guess my other question to you, Stephen, and to council, just so everybody's aware, I was talking to a contractor today, actually on another matter, and he told me that they have a source for roof trusses in 4 weeks. Is that something that you would like the contact information for, Stephen, if I can get that? Would that
absolutely
would that change your mind, or?
Absolutely. I think construction costs are still going to be high. I believe, as per the procurement policy, that would be kind of a sole sourcing option. So it's definitely something that we can look into. Definitely could be an option if council so wishes.
Thanks.
Jeff?
Just to weigh in a little bit, because I mean, yeah, we wanted to go to a peak roof to get away from having to deal with the flat roof in the future. If we peak roofed it and we put a metal roof on it, that was the discussion I think we were having. And then we would never have to worry about dealing with that again. But I think, and to Councillor Straight's point too as well, even for the trusses, I mean, there's still a substantial cost to doing the peaked option, which is now looking at engineering and everything else that goes involved with it. And I mean, it's turning into a whirlwind. I mean, the whole purpose of the flat roof is that you have to redo this every 10 years. It should have been addressed 8 years ago. That's here nor there, but that's where we're at now. We wouldn't have a leaky roof if it was replaced 8 years ago when the light was up on it. But now here we are, and I think it'd be great if we could kind of go back to see if we can figure out with the federal with that grant if we can still get it covered. I think we have to send. We don't want to pull those out of our coffers if we don't need to. If we can go back, but can we start the process anyways? Can we start the tendering process anyways to get, and like, we don't need to wait for approval from the federal government for the grant, right? To do this, we can start it out. And if they say no, we have to do something anyways, or you're going to get another leaky mess this winter. So I'm in favor for sending them back, but can we start the process? And I guess or does the government say you need to wait for our approval before you can even start the tendering process?
I thought, Steve, did you not say that if we went back to the flat roof that we can't get the funding?
That'd be correct, unless we can absolutely go forward and it'd be a condition of the tender that it would be not an award unless we do receive approval from the federal government. We couldn't go ahead and do any work, or we'd be paying out of reserves for that. The funding, I don't even know how long it will take to get here from the federal government, especially with what's going on right
now. And the other thing is that the quotes that we had to go to a peak roof was, in 6 figures, quite high. So I don't think that was in the cards at all, was it?
At the existing price,
that question is basically for all of us, for all of council. We were going to have to get engineering and so on. Was it not over $300,000 if we were going to go that route?
That was correct.
Yeah. Well, what then? Yeah, we might like to answer your comment there, Ian. There may be somebody that we could get trusses from quicker than we thought we could. But the fact of the matter is, it's still going to cost a lot of money. And we didn't seem to want to entertain that whatsoever. Yes, Ian.
Okay, so the original funding that we applied for was to get trusses and get the engineering done so that we could replace the existing roof with a peaked roof. That's what the original funding was for, the $100,000 that everybody voted for to go ahead with. So let's make that clear. If it ended up being $150,000 and we were going to do windows and this and that or wherever else as well, if there was money that allowed for it. So right now, if I understand correctly, the $100,000 that we originally wanted to use is still available. But the reason that we're not using the $100,000, or we're looking at options B, C, D, and E, or whatever we're doing, is that because the roof trusses are not readily available until spring. Am I correct in saying what I just said, or am I missing something?
Yes, Steve.
The delay on trusses is a huge component. Obviously, it's tough to guarantee, but the scope of the project, I believe, was not anticipated to be as large as it actually is, as per the structural design, where they are tying in the existing trusses with the new ones for the peaked roof would be tying in with where existing ductwork, existing electrical is. And then there'll be re of insulation and every other membrane that's in the attic space existing right now. So it is a lot larger scope than just placing trusses on it and putting a couple sheets of tin on it. It is pretty large project that I think is larger than anticipated.
Yes, Ian.
Okay, so then, if that was the case, then why didn't we change the funding a couple meetings ago? To go ahead and apply for it anyways, I'm a little bit, and I think that the AFM one was to actually demolish the building, was it not? Or just demolish the roof?
The AFM one was to completely read the existing ductwork system. Everything that's in there would be replaced. They'd come in, place new truss system in place, adjoining them to the existing trusses, and then they would replace a peaked roof with tin on it, which would have to be placed on the association hall as well. And that's what their project was. It's in their report where they would demolition of existing building is the existing roof structure and skylight.
Only. Okay, thank you. I guess I misunderstood that. Thanks, Stephen.
Okay, I think I saw your hand, Jeff, I think.
Yeah, I was going to reiterate that because I mean, right now it's either we spend $200,000 to go along with the grant money to do the peaked roof, or we spend $30,000 and hopefully maybe when we go back to the government, we can say, will you at least support this and pay for that? If we get it, that's great. But if not, I think we have to move forward with something along these lines. And I don't take it lightly that we're going to have to end up spending $30,000 if that's going to be the case. But this ended up, I want to say the great idea of peaking it and then walking away from it ends up not being what's going to work out to be. So, I mean, we need to go down, I think, the route of, and Stephen, chime in if you disagree that we should be not doing the flat roof, but if there's any chance of getting them to waiver or switch their mind as far as trying to keep that money. And we did go back at, I think Andrew had inquired with them saying, if you change the scope, then there's gonna be a change there. So now I think we're at that point that we not need to go back and at least we have to ask, we have to try, do we not?
Yeah, we can absolutely reach out to them. And the reason staff went forward with the flat roof option is, again, like you're saying, it is a short-term solution. With the feasibility study, everything going on, the costing of a peaked roof is quite high when we're unsure as what's going to be going on in the near future. So this, with the reputable contractor, is the main key to a flat roof. Flat roofs are all over Canada. When they're done correctly and maintained, they do work. So it's one of those things that we can't have Joe Blow from the street come in and do the roof. We're going to have to do a thorough process to ensure that we have a quality contractor in place.
Okay, so Joanna, did you want to speak to this? Then I have another question.
Maybe I've sort of zoned out or misunderstood the conversation, but I just wanted to be clear that we did go and reach out to the I don't know what their name is, but the people who are giving us the $150,000 grant and said, is there any way we can, do a flat roof and still get money? And they said, essentially, no. Or if we're going to consider changing this monetarily, like it's going to have to be a really big process. It'll probably take months to go through. And now that there's an election, it's going to take even longer. So basically your option is paying $380 some odd $1,000 for a peaked roof, or do a flat roof. And the flat roof you wouldn't get the grant for. The peak roof you would, but you're also paying a considerable amount of money to do that. But we've gone back and talked to them already.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. And now I think I'm going to go to you, Ian, but I just have to check first. Did I see your hand up a little while ago, Klaus?
No.
Okay, so thanks. Ian, then, please.
No, I guess I misunderstood where it says that the AFM construction says demolish of existing building. I was assuming that was taking down the whole building, I guess, was my mystery. But this makes the most sense for sure. We're paying for a study right now, and this thing $384,000 or whatever it is, or $385,000 into just fix the roof. So it's a lot pretty excessive. So let's get the roof fixed and move on.
Okay, then that just is a good segue into our motion then. Moved by Jeff Carroll and second by Karen Jennings, that the Committee of the Whole received the following report, the roof update report, and that the following be recommended to Council. That Committee of the Whole direct staff to request quotations as per the Township's procurement policy to complete a flat roof replacement without ICIP funding. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you then, Steve, for this one. And finally, maybe we're going to get a flat roof. Okay, thanks. They're going to move on then. The next report is also yours, Steve, and that's on the OVRT parking lot.
Thank you. So Township staff was approached by Lander County as they've recently been trying to obtain lands to place a parking lot for the OVRT. They've reached out multiple times to other landowners and they were unsuccessful in getting a parking lot just due to negotiations. The piece of land that they inquired about was a 1 acre parcel, which the township owns on Ferguson Tetlock Road, with 300 meters west of Highway 15. It's a narrow strip right against the trail. Not much use to the township at this time. If there was council's and committee's decision to move forward with this option, we'd enter in with the Lander County to an agreement to indemnify the township for any liability. This would be completed by the county and the Trail Association. And it would be more or less just the township giving them the okay to construct and take over this piece of land for parking on the OVRT. It's a benefit to all Montague residents, I believe, and it could be good to get some parking lot to make our streets safer, as right now parking is just on the side of the streets. And that's the report.
Okay, thanks. Any questions on this? Jeff.
I have a few. I mean, obviously a parking lot, I think, is a necessity that we've been talking about. And I know it's been brought up to the county too as well. I have a couple, maybe even questions for our county reps too as well, Bill and Claus. Was this discussed at a county meeting? And was this resolved as far as this is the idea as where it should go?
No. It was not discussed at county. We've discussed generally when we talk about generally, it was discussed that we need a parking lot, but specifically the location, this location was not discussed.
So as a follow-up with that, with all due respect, I guess to this process, where this proposal is, to me, I think is, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the easy way out as far as finding a place to put a parking lot in the residential zone off that road. And it's also not a very well lit area either. I mean, yes, we could put up they could put a light up and everything else. I just don't understand the thought process when we've talked exponentially about putting it in our industrial zone area at the head of the trail. I know there's been, and I don't want to get into the discussions and some of the options that has been presented to the county and why those weren't considered or why those weren't at least discussed. And I think that's why I bring it up with our Reeve and our Deputy Reeve, why those weren't brought up with our Reeve and Deputy Reeve as part of those discussions to say, like, this is where it should be. I wholeheartedly agree. We need to have a parking lot, but the parking lot makes sense at the head of the trail in the well-lit area, not in the back of a residential zone. Where, I mean, with all due respect to those, with the residents that live there, there's a horse farm right there. There's a new house being built on the other side. I just don't see how that's the spot that we'd want to do it. I think I find it just it's the easy way out. I think we need the parking lot. We need to go back to the drawing board, and we need to talk to the residents that have discussed with the county options that they're looking for to help out. They're there. So, and my understanding, they're not unreasonable. So I really, I mean, I want this to go forward, and I don't want us to go the next 5 years without having a parking lot. But in the same token, I'd really like us to see, and I'm asking also our county reps too as well to push back to say, this is where it needs to be. Let's get those residents involved and have that discussion. I know there was a delegation a year or two ago to the county about this too as well, with a resident that had an offer. Was there a negotiation even discussed, or was it just, was it walked away from? I just don't understand that this is where it's come to, and with all due respect to our Reeve and Deputy Reeve, you know, with not really a discussion point in there either. So I really think I'm not in favor of this for the fact that it's not in the right spot. It needs to go back to the drawing board and it's not in the right place. But we need to get this done either, because it's also like exactly what Stephen attested to. It's a safety concern, it's an issue, but let's put it where the opportunity and where it should be.
So Jeff, just a couple of comments and then I'll go to you, Ian. There may have been discussions in Trails Committee meetings, which neither Claus or I are involved in. There may have been some there that I don't know about. So that was one thing I wanted to comment on, but I know that there's been discussions. I personally have had discussions with the county regarding other places. I did bring it to this council a year or two ago. We had a discussion with the county regarding a trailhead that was actually going to be in Smith Falls. It was going to be we talked about it. We walked the area and so on. It was going to be in behind the old high school. And it was going to then come out. The discussion was going to be, we looked into trying to see if we could go through what they call, I guess they call it the dead man's alley or something. But the point was, it was going to then have to come out along the side of the old railway bed. That was turned down. We were not allowed to do that because of the railway. They were not going to allow us to come along there. We thought at one point we could, because we were thinking we could come along the secondary. They have a space that's I think set aside for the possibility of another track that would go out as far as Sturgis Road. So they said, no, we couldn't. And then we thought that the other possibility was that the trailhead would be there, but it would come up Carroll Road and go across Sturgis Road from Carroll. That was looked into, but it was completely unreasonable because it's so much swamp. Plus the shoulders of Carroll Road. There is little or no shoulder. So again, that was looked at, and it was a no-go. We also then looked at the business park. And the idea was that could we come along along the shoulder of the provincial highway 15. And again, that was turned down by the province. They weren't interested in that. They weren't interested in allowing us to utilize the space along the shoulder from the business park up to Sturgis Road. So we looked at that. I was not involved in the discussions that took place with one or two of the people who owned land near where the OVRT crosses Sturgis. Well, actually, it begins at Sturgis Road. So there have been discussions. I was not involved with those, so I don't know why they didn't take place. That was to try to utilize space that was right there at the beginning of the trail. That would have made sense to me. I wasn't involved in any of those discussions, so I don't know what the reasons were that didn't move forward. So other than those four areas, I don't know of any other area, Jeff, where we could even look at. So anyways, that's a little bit more information. I think I saw Ian's hand, but I just would like to first, Ian, if you don't mind, if I could just go to Claus, and if he could, Claus, if I've missed anything that you've heard about or been involved with at the county level.
No, Reeve, you captured it quite well, and it's unfortunate, and to Councillor Carroll's concern, I'm surprised on this myself too, Jeff. I think a lot of this discussions was done with the Trails Committee and the piece of property and so forth. And I would have to say, although I sit in the county and like to see a parking lot, would have to agree with Councillor Carroll. It's a fairly congested area. And I'm concerned now that I'm glad you mentioned, Jeff, the horse rank, because I was wondering what's that round track? And that's for horse practicing and so forth. So, and knowing some of the problems we've had at Rosedale Hall with the people that have the horses next door, there could be a lot of noise there. If these guys are working their horses, we're going to have some problems there. So unfortunately, a lot of these discussions have gone with the Trails Committee, and it has not, I guarantee it has never come up at an official council meeting, nor a corporate meeting, nor a community services meeting. It's all been done with the Trails Committee. And there was some discussion with two other property owners, but that fell off by the wayside. I think you know who those two owners were. That fell nowhere either. So, and I guess in reading through there, they're asking Montague if they would agree to this. So all we got to do is go back to them and say, no, we don't agree with putting that parking lot there, plain and simple, and throw it back to the Trails Committee or back to the county and let them figure it out.
Now, thanks, Claus, and in the defense of the county, they have tried, but they did also come back to us asking us if we are interested in that location. So they're trying as much as we are to come get to some sort of a location, but they certainly did come to us and ask us if we were interested in utilizing that space. And the only other comment, I guess, Jeff, back to you also, like you were mentioning about lights, which is an important factor, but I can't remember exactly the rules, but I believe that we've got regulations in place on the OVRT that it's not to be used after dark.
That's correct.
So, I mean, that would eliminate the need for lighting. Anyways, Ian, sorry to prolong this, Ian, but I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I guess I'm kind of a little bit with what Councillor Carroll's saying. I originally was kind of open to the idea of maybe using it for some parking or something, but I guess having some of that stuff right there, that's maybe not be the best, and maybe there is a better spot for it. I guess my question is, how does it come to us if it hasn't been approved by the county? So the way that I'm reading this is that the county's asking for permission to do this, not the Trails Committee. Am I reading this wrong?
Yes, Joanna.
We received an email from the CAO of the county for us to look into this. So we went out and did a tour, and we're just responding to that email.
Okay, so it hasn't really came across the county
No.
table, so to speak.
No,
This is very preliminary. Are we even interested in it?
Yeah, that's 100% correct, Ian. All they're asking, or the CEO is just simply asking, are we interested? So it's very preliminary.
And when you look at the piece of parcel, it's only 1 acre. How many vehicles really are you going to fit on the thing? With trailers and everything else, and people, giving them space to unload and load and everything else. I think it might be a little bit congested at the end of the day. I would love to see the county take the piece of property and develop it and do something that's useful for the trail. Maybe maps, maybe there could be a shelter, maybe there could be a couple of picnic tables. I don't know, something of that nature. Maybe they could develop it in some way that'd be beneficial to the trail. That part of it I'm great with. I'm just not sure that it's probably the best spot for the parking lot at the end of the day.
So, and I agree with what you're saying, Ian, and I will say that when there have been any discussions way back, regarding a shelter. I was the person on county council that did bring forward the idea that we should have shelters along the way. And I know at the time when I did mention it at county council, we weren't talking about a trailhead then. We were talking about the idea of putting up shelters. And I know that I did mention that particular location for a shelter. And I even went out on the limb and suggested that if we were ever going to do that, that we could do a complete replica of the shelter that was at Nolan's Road. I mean that at Nolan's when the railway went through Nolan's, there was a shelter there. And if you wanted to go and look at it, the exact original one is at the railway station. That's the one that's at the railway station. But I was proposing at the time that we look into the idea of reproducing that exact same one and placing it as a shelter. So we had discussions about that as a shelter, but as far as of a trailhead, that particular location has never been discussed at a county council. I think that Kurt, the CEO, was just reaching out to us to see if we had any interest in that at all. Claus and Jeff.
Thanks, Reed. Joanna. Hello.
Yep.
Sorry. Did you mention, or somehow did I get the interpretation that the county owns that 1 acre piece of property?
No, we own it.
No, we own it, but they would be
We own
willing, yeah, but they would be willing to take it over, build a parking lot, and then take the liability for it.
How did we get ownership of that piece of property? The 1
I
acre.
assume perhaps through a tax sale, I really don't know.
So if I can mention that, the reason that's traditionally and historically always been in Montague Township, I believe, because that is actually where there was a stopover when it was a rail line. There was a stopover there. I don't think there was ever a building, but the train stopped there to possibly pick people up or drop something off, or to pick up cream cans or whatever it was.
Yeah, by the shape of the property, it appears to me it was a bit of a siding or something that belonged to the rail.
It was.
We took
and
it
I
over.
believe that it was called the Welch's Station.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess. Oh, sorry, Jeff. Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Reeve. Sorry. I mean, maybe just to reiterate too, as well, is that I like Councillor Straight's idea. Obviously, it'd be a great spot to put some picnic tables and a stopover spot, like a rain stop. And I think that's a great idea. But I think to go back to where the trailhead should be, I'd like to request sort of going forward about these discussions that are Reeve and Deputy Reeve are discussing that with the group at County Council and Kirk Graves, or the CAO at the county, just to say like this is where it needs to be, and maybe to follow up with the discussions with the landowners where the trailhead would be the best place for it to be, and to try to help see where the roadblocks are. And we could discuss that in the camera one in the future, but I think those are sort of things that I would like to see. And not that I'm trying to dictate to our Reeve and our Deputy Reeve on the county side of it, but we want to see that trailhead in Montague. We want to see it there, and we want to see it done right. We want to see it done in the right spot. And it's just to make sure that you're well involved in that side of it, because with all due respect, and I mean, you're well aware, Reeve Dobson and Claus, of what's going on. In this case, I feel like you weren't apprised to it, and I think that's unfortunate. Where I can't think of too many municipalities in our county where that discussion wouldn't happen first to make sure that that, you know, there's a talking point there, and I want to tread lightly there, but it's a little disappointing that this is what the option that was brought to us. So it's good, but disappointing. Let's go back and I'd like to make sure that we're well aware of why there's stalemates in the great options that are out there. And it may be, and that's something that could be shared and then given down. And if there's a stalemate that has to be still in camera, I would love to hear about those so we can help work through that.
So Jeff, just like in the county's defense, they definitely have reached out to us trying to find another spot. There, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, there were only ever 4 spots, basically 3 spots. The high school, the old high school, which didn't work out, our business park, which didn't work out, and they looked into it. They walked, the county walked the spaces with us. And then they did meet with those landowners, but it would be, I think it would be good for us then to at least go back to the county and find out what the reasons were, why the best spot really is right at the beginning at Sturgis Road. That to me was always the best spot. And the county have tried. So in their defense, they have worked and they have reached out to us and they did meet with the landowners. What were the reasons why it didn't work out? I think that's something that we could easily do and come back and report to this council.
That's just to follow up, Reeve. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm asking for and looking for.
We can do
we
that.
should be apprised of that. Why, like in our township with our residents, why was that not discussed or told, well, this is the snag? Because you know what, on the other side of it, as the leads in our township, the 5 of us, it gives us the opportunity to have that discussion or have that conversation to see how we can make it work in our township. Yeah, but I appreciate that, Reeve, and I look forward to that information and hopefully in the near future. Thank you.
We can do that easily. We can do that.
Do we need council consensus for that, or is that sort of a?
We'll just search that out.
Yeah, we can do that easily. We can do that easily and come back and report.
Let's find that out and see if we can help resolve this and put a trailhead where it needs to be. I think that's really the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so now, if there's no more questions, then we do have a resolution here, but I sense that we have to possibly maybe defer this resolution. Claus?
No, I would definitely agree. We need to defer this. We got some questions from our councilors that we need to answer.
Okay, so go around the table. We'll to defer this, Jeff?
Yes.
And Claus and
Yes.
Karen?
No.
Okay, and Ian?
My apologies. Yes.
Okay, so this then, the consensus is that we're going to defer this until we come back and report and have another discussion. And I would be very interested to know, Karen, I don't really want to put you on the spot, and we don't normally do it, but I certainly have respect for your thoughts there.
I have no objection to what they were proposing. It's a parking lot for part of that rail trail.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason not. That piece of property I don't see as having high value for anything. It's right on that swamp right there. And for getting the vehicles off that high traveled highway, I think that was very important to put a parking lot there. So that is why I'm voting that I didn't think we needed to defer it. But thanks for asking.
No, that's good. I appreciate it. And the thing is, we've just deferred this, and I feel that it should still come back. We'll get the answers to why it didn't work out at the Sturgis Road. We'll get those answers. And then it'll have to come back. Steve, your recommendation will come back to us, and then we'll vote on it. So we'll have to vote either for or against that location. And it may be, in the end, it may be our only choice. And I can tell you one thing, that if we don't come up with a spot in Montague Township, I can tell you right now, where there will be a trailhead, I'm just reading between the lines and assuming that this will happen, where there will be a trailhead, it'll be near Montague, but it'll be in Beckwith, right near Franktown. So that's where it'll be. So we still, it's in the preliminary stages, but we'll move on this as soon as we can before our next meeting, I think, and we'll come back and report to council. So this resolution has been deferred by consensus, and thank you for that. And thank you for the work that you've done so far on this, Steve. Okay. Next is going to be, we're going to go to Andrew, and we're going to make him work for a little while now. So this is on the surplus allocation. Welcome, Andrew. We know you've been there, but it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be here. So this first report is the report on the 2020 surplus allocation. It's a report for action. The recommendation is the council approve the allocation of the 2020 surplus to reserve accounts as listed in this report. At the beginning of 2021, council authorized staff to transfer any surplus from township operations for 2020 to the capital reserves, and any surplus for water sewer to be transferred to a water sewer operating reserve. So now that the auditors have completed their year-end review and confirmed the 2020 surplus to be allocated at 408,228, as they reported on page 16 of the 2020 year-end financial statements, I've provided a list on page 2 under financial implications of this report, breaking out where staff would suggest the allocation goes for a total of 408,228. And I've shown that on the attachment of summary of reserves and reserve funds, how it would affect our 2021 reserves budget to year end. And if you had any questions.
Any questions? Karen, please.
So it's not really a question. It's just following through. I know on the way it's always been distributed, but I'm wondering if we could get a clear understanding on the reserve that is for contingency versus the one that's for general government. Just so that it's a little clearer for me to know what those reserves are specific. Because I mean, contingency means just about anything. And then general government is for capital. But when I look at the fact that some of the money was out of the admin taxes and that, it's just looking to see. That's all. But yeah, no, it's just
Right.
curiosity.
Right. One of the main things you would look at for contingency is just a totally unpredictable event, or also something that drastically affected the pressure on the level of taxation for a given budget year. So if something were to occur where the township was faced with having to increase taxes by, say, 10% in a given year, having a contingency would make it so that you can mitigate that and not have to create that large of a one-year tax increase. So it gives you a bit of a safety net. And then when we look at our budget in 2022, we can also look at these reserve levels and see if they need to be rebalanced a bit or not. If we feel that there's more there than needs to be. And then the general government, looking at that, we've been using that for more things like expecting to repair roofs and put money aside for the municipal complex replacement of fire hall and things like that. So those have specific purposes.
So follow up, it was just because under general government where you say, like it says it's the admin building, and then it's with reference to the municipal complex. And then it's also the new municipal complex. And then there's also the administration, that it just wondering why that huge administration surplus wasn't there versus contingency. And as I said, I know it's just following the same percentages as in the past, but maybe it's something we can, as a council, look at. That's all. Yep.
Yeah, it would be quite beneficial to look at using that towards, like, say, the new fire hall and public works building when the time comes that we get more information on that.
You mean the admin building?
That too.
Yes, Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. You know, it's great that we've saved all this money. I kind of agree with the little point there that Andrew said and Karen said as well, is that, you know, 400,000, like what's a real comfortable number that we should be looking at to have as an extra, right? $400,000 is a significant amount for our township, and that represents a relatively large number on our taxes as well for our taxpayers. So where can we get that number a little, like, I think it's nice to have a little reserve, and I know you can't run right to the line maybe 100%, but getting that down so that we're not overtaxing our constituents is pretty important, unless you have something that you want to really use that money for. I'm just wondering if that's something that we can look at for this year.
Yes, so there is a reserves policy that the township has in place. And I was going to readdress that later in this year and tie it into our next budget. So we will definitely look at that.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay, no other questions then. I have a motion here. It was moved by Ian Straight and seconded by Claus Vandermeer that the Committee of the Whole receive the following report, the surplus allocation, and that the following be recommended to Council. The Council approve the allocation of the 2020 surplus to reserve accounts as recommended in this report. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Before we go on to the next report, I have a motion here. I'd like to read it. This was moved by Karen Jennings and seconded by Ian Straight, that Council continue to deal with items on the agenda beyond the 10 p.m. adjournment limit of procedural bylaw 3624, 2017 as amended. All in favor?
Okay.
That's carried then. Thank you. And Joanna, if I could ask you, please, I had inadvertently wrote on this one resolution. So if you could please just have another one typed up when I bring back these resolutions, then I will sign a new one for this one.
Sure.
That's on the, yeah, this one that we've just voted on. I just need to sign a new one. Okay, thanks. And then we're going back to the next, your next report, Andrew, and that's on the tax arrears update.
Thank you. So yes, this report's for information in regards to the tax arrears update. And I just recommended that the council receive this report for information. I just wanted to give like an update to the end of July 31st, 2021, to let council know that we've been working on reducing tax arrears, which was a significant problem a few years ago. And at the end of 2020, we were close to being below the provincial threshold of 10%. And so for this year, we're going to continue to prioritize tax arrear reductions and focusing on trying to be below that threshold by the end of 2021. And you can see that at the end of this July, the arrears and the current amounts of outstanding taxes have been reducing. And we've been making use of our pre-authorized monthly payments available to residents, and also getting more people signed up for our email tax e-billings to help with them to manage that and to be able to pay their taxes more efficiently and help us with those decreases. So I just wanted to provide that update to council tonight.
Claus?
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Excellent report, Andrew. You're doing a great job. Just a question, the 90,928, you said has been a decrease in 90,000. Is that out of the 208? Has that already been taken out?
So that's where I'm looking at 2020 and older. From July 31st, 2020, it was at 280,791.85. And now to the end of this July, it's at 189,862.86. So that's that reduction that I've noted there.
And that's well below the 10% right now then.
It's
Or just
we measured at the end of the year, so we won't know till the actual year end where we land for our financial statements. But we're on track we have that potential, and so we're going to focus on that and do the best we can. But because we did the final billing in August, then we have a new amount of taxes outstanding, and so we use all our tools to help people get those payments made.
No, this is a great report. Thank you.
Ian, please.
Yeah, Andrew, thanks. You guys are doing a great job there. I remember my very first year at council and our very first report from Howard Allen. And this was like there was a blinking red beacon on this that he had mentioned, and it was even on the, I do believe on the clause, and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was even on the provincial map how high our arrears were. And to see where we've come over the last, it's not an easy fix, and it does take some time. But to see where we've come over the past 2 terms of council is significant. And thank you very much to yourself and your team for to getting things in order.
Great, good comments. Everybody's got thumbs up here. Okay, so we have, Jeff, sorry.
Sorry, I mean, all those comments, obviously, Andrew, 100%. I want to just key on one point, sorry, Reeve, just about what Andrew was saying, which are two key things that's been helping out is in the setting up the email consent to get the tax bill in your email, and the equal payments. I can attest that I've done both of those things, and I think that's fantastic, and it really does work. And the more and more that we can encourage residents to do that, I mean, it's fantastic. The E one I love, because if you ever lose your tax bill, you don't have to go in and get it reprinted. It's the full colored copy right in your email, and it's along with the messenger. It's really the more and more we can encourage people to do that, A, it's going to save us a lot of money, and B, it really is better for the most, and I think the best for our new residents. And I'm assuming I know that the staff have been handing out that information to new people that come into as well, to make sure that they're going that route. So kudos for that, because I think that is a big key, and as we grow, it's gonna help with our costs too as well.
Okay, so I have a motion here, moved by Klaus Vandermeer and seconded by Jeff Carroll, that the Committee of the Whole receive the tax arrears update report, and that the following be recommended to council. The council receive the report for information. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. And now, before we, no, sorry, I'll go on. We have no reports of committees, no petitions, motions, notice of motions, no unfinished business. And before we adjourn, Joanna, questions, please.
Yes, we have quite a few.
Yep.
Be patient here, I'm gonna have to look them all up. Okay, the first question is, I was very discouraged to see the damage done at Rosedale Hall over the last year. Since there were only 2 groups that used the hall, and if they did so, can they be denied further rentals?
Huh.
You're looking for somebody to answer that, are you?
Well,
Go ahead, Karen.
Klaus, you had your hand up first, and
Karen. That's a good question, and I don't have a good answer. How do you prove which group was it, and how do you prove when it was done?
Okay, Karen?
that's exactly, since we didn't have any monitoring occurring at the hall, you can't pinpoint any specifics, so you can't really do much.
Okay, next question, please.
Okay, is the additional cost for repairs and hydro going to come out of the Recreation Committee budget?
So I guess, Joanna, you can answer this, but I think it's a pretty simple question. Like, there's an overall budget for recreation. So if it's going to come out of anything, it would be coming out of that one, not the specific $5,000 that council advanced to the recreation committee for their events. But maybe you can further answer that.
Yeah, that would have been my answer. Certainly, it wouldn't come out of the specific recreation committee budget, but out of the recreation budget as a whole, which is much larger, I think. That would be
really anything that has anything to do with Rosedale Hall comes out of that overall bigger recreation budget. So I think that's a good enough question for now, hopefully.
Okay. Also regarding Rosedale Hall, is there or can there be a calendar of some kind to show the dates the hall is rented for on the township page that it is booked? It would be save people having to call the office to know when it is available. We did look into this at a couple of municipalities, and it's not done. There is in a lot of municipalities a calendar of events that are put on by the municipality, but not specific booking times for the halls. That's not to say it can't be done or council can't, ask us to do that. But equally, you could have things like surprise birthday parties or whatever that you don't necessarily want out there, as public knowledge. But as far as we can tell, it's not done in a lot of places. But that would be my answer. If anyone wants to weigh in on that, that's certainly fine.
Okay, Karen?
I mean, it's extra work for staff to create a calendar on there to put the stuff on it, but you could always just record private event. I think it's more so could be maybe to say that if it's a public function that's going on, so that it's a quick way of people to check. But yeah, no, so for private stuff, it would just say private event, private function, something like that.
Okay, next question.
Is there a protocol for limiting access to Rosedale Hall for events to fully vaccinated people only? And will there be a proof of vaccination? Sorry, I have to open up. Will there be proof of vaccination needed? Currently, that is not in place.
Karen?
As of the September 22nd date, it must be though.
Write that down.
That's
the legislated date that vaccine comes into place and must be put into place for us as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen.
Write that down.
And the next question.
If the flooring that was installed at the hall was there any warranty that would cover any of the damage? I posed that question today. I don't have a response yet. So I will, but I mean, regardless, I have reached out to that company on several occasions to try to get them to come out and look at the place. So they know we've been asking, and we've tried to schedule meeting times to get to the hall and have it looked at. It just hasn't worked out for a variety of reasons.
So Joanna, could you please, once you find out if there was anything to do with any warranty or not, could you still then reach out to that person that asked that question and let them know?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, sorry, I've lost it. Okay, is there any progress in getting internet at Rosedale Hall? So my answer to that, there's several. There's been a lot of talk about is there, isn't there, what's available. And so just, to clear the record, you can use your cell phone at Rosedale Hall. You can send text messages at Rosedale Hall. The kind of internet that I think when staff are saying there's not internet at Rosedale Hall, we mean, internet that you can stream, live stream things. And there's not a high quality of internet at Rosedale Hall. As mentioned, I think previously we have looked at getting quotes, which to get fiber to Rosedale Hall, and that's upwards of $40,000 $100,000 to bring fiber there. And so we have been applying for grants, and we have not been successful or have not heard from those grants to date, but we are working on it. We have had quotes, but it's a significant cost. Is there internet at Rosedale Hall? Yes, but not for live streaming or doing any events of any significant nature.
Good, clear question or answer. Thanks, Joanna.
Okay, the next one. Instead of having spoons and pins and cookbooks available, can you look at more popular items like t-shirts, golf shirts, windbreakers, and baseball caps?
So I guess, could I just mention one thing about things like spoons and cookbooks and so on? Those were something that were available many years ago, and that's not something that was brought forward in the last few years at all. And so if we say that there's cookbooks still for sale or spoons for sale, that's just leftover stuff that was purchased many years ago. I don't even know how many long ago. It could have been a generation ago, but they're probably pretty old cookbooks right now. But to get back to the question about the swag, I'll just let you try to answer that one.
Reeve, I think Ian has a question.
Okay, Ian?
Yeah, in regards to some of the other stuff that were mentioned in the question, I think the Recreation Committee's already talked about maybe getting some of that stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, about, selling some t-shirts and getting hats and all that other kind of stuff for retail and use it as a funding type drive or method.
Yeah, I don't remember the fun. I know they wanted to have some of the swag, especially even to wear it too as well, just like especially at events and I think it'd be kind of neat to have swag. I mean, the biggest thing is the hardest part is like if you order a bunch of stuff and then it just sits there like the spoons, and they don't go. I mean, it is a little tricky. It'd be nice if we had the ability to do orders or to look at options as far as if people wanted to. I mean, I think that's kind of a neat idea. I mean, I know for speaking for myself, we had our gray golf shirt, and I would, I wouldn't mind a few more because I do like wearing those to different events when and different golfing tournaments that I play in. So I mean, it's nice to have them. So.
Okay, Joanna, please.
I mean, I think there's not any reason why we couldn't do that. I think it would have to be, whatever we decide to go with, hats, shirts, whatever, would have to, be approved by council with our branding and everything. But there's no reason why we couldn't do it. We just have to put it in the budget for 2022.
So I think we can leave it at that for now. And if somebody wants to bring it up at budget time, we can.
Okay, the next one. With the acting clerk doing double duty for 3 months, is there a set limit on the amount of overtime that may occur as opposed to hiring a temporary assistant, which may save money over this time? I am not going to answer that because I shouldn't.
No, not tonight.
And Jeff?
I think we'd love to. It is not easy to find appropriate people that can be up to speed with what we're doing. And by the time that person is up to speed on some of these critical things, it's really difficult to do it. It's something that we've explored, I think, pretty good. We're trying to find the best options available to us. And we'd love to not burn out Joanna. And I think that's a big part of it too, as well. And it's hard to reassure residents with all of our discussions, but we're obviously trying to make sure that we're looking at that, and anybody that we bring in is it going to be a benefit, because it's going to take so long for them to become up to speed with what those pressing things are. But we definitely appreciate the question. And if you have this wonderful person that's out there that could help support Joanna and come up to speed really quickly, we'd love to hear from them.
Really would.
Okay, question.
Okay, is the parking lot request of Lanark County for parking at OVRT going to cost our township anything? And who will be responsible for maintaining it and servicing it? Example, snow removal.
I'll try to answer that. As far as I'm concerned, if that spot was used for a trailhead parking lot, then the county would be incurring all cost, as far as I'm concerned, all cost. I guess I will just make one comment though, because it was also talked about the possibility that if we were ever to use that for just for a shelter, whether it be for tables or a shelter or whatever, at that point, then it's our cost. But as to answer the question, as far as a trailhead, I would say, because you can comment also if you wish, but I would say that 100% of the cost of this would be incurred by the county, not Montague Township.
No, I would agree.
Okay.
No, another question?
Yep.
Okay. Who rented the hall all summer and did they pay the appropriate fees and deposit? So I guess due to privacy, we don't really release that information. Did they pay the appropriate fees and deposit? As far as I can tell, that did not happen. Second question, did their deposit go towards the damages and the increased hydro bill? The answer to that is we did not collect a deposit, so no. Who was hired to go check on the hall every couple of days? As was I hopefully made clear in the report, we currently don't have that person in place, which is why we brought forward a suggestion for a part-time position. And then a statement, the insurance company would not like to hear no one is checking up on the building. And that is accurate. Does anyone want to weigh in on all of those comments and questions?
You know what?
Yes, Ian.
And I don't want to speak for everybody here, but I'm pretty sure that when I say something relatively comprehensive, there's none of us that are sitting on council, I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, that wanted anything to happen to Rosedale Hall. We all wanted to succeed. We all wanted to thrive. I'm pretty sure that there's none of us that are happy that there was damage done and that we didn't collect rent and or anything else, or the securities or the insurances, and that we didn't check up on it. It's been brought to our attention. We weren't aware of it then, we're aware of it now. And I'm sure that our council will address those in an appropriate manner going forward so that it doesn't happen again. And we can't change the stuff that's flowed under the bridge. So all we can do is make sure that we don't make those mistakes again.
Okay, thanks, Ian.
Okay, a comment more than a question, but I would think council should specify that not-for-profit groups only must be a registered not-for-profit group. Council should also have a schedule for Rosedale Hall rentals online, so anyone wanting to rent the hall could see when it is available to rent, like provincial parks for camping spaces.
Okay, that was just a comment?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe that's all I have. I don't know if Christy has something else.
Are you with us, Christy, there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions in my email.
Okay, thank you then. And
I'm just gonna
thanks.
double check. I'm just gonna double check here with my email just to be sure. Yeah, that is it.
Okay, then, thanks for helping us with this here, Joanna, then. And so before we adjourn, I just want to say now, various members of the council tonight, as usual, have thanked different members of our staff. And I have to ditto everybody's remarks from, and not just the three of you, Joanna, Andrew and Stephen who have reported tonight but as we know, we've got a lot of other staff that back all of you up. So again, I just want to reiterate what most of council have commented tonight on. We've had great work from all of you. And, you're certainly making our job easier. Not everybody may agree, especially on Facebook, that we're doing the greatest job we can, but we certainly try. And it is pointed out by Ian a minute ago that we all have the back of our taxpayers, and everybody is trying our darnest to put everything going forward in a positive way. But as I say, so much thanks go to all of you. So that's to all of the three of you who have reported tonight, but also the backup staff. So thank you to everybody. So with that, I'm going to have a motion, the last motion of the night, that was moved by Jeff Carroll and seconded by Karen Jennings, that the committee of the whole meeting do now adjourn at 10:13. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. And that's it for tonight. So good night, everybody. And
Good night, everybody.
we'll
Hi, everyone.
see everybody soon. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Jeff,
you.
check your
Bye.
messages.